proceed ahead with our session today. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thanks, Eraj, for starting the recording. No issues on this part, Eraj. I think there is some issue with the mic. No problem. Let me handle it over here. You know, thanks for starting the recording over here, Eraj. Thanks. Okay, so guys, today basically what we are going to have a look. But before that, guys, there was some delay in the some technical delay or technical issues happened also from the go to training side. So that is why there was some login issue which also happened over here. So that is why the delay is happening today. Okay, it was not a normal delay, it was a delay with the go to training software module over here, which we have to we were trying again and again, it was not working properly. So that is why the delay happened over here. Yeah. So today, guys, basically what we will be looking into is like we will be looking into guided buying, then the SLP mass data load, and at the end we are going to see the tax configuration. Okay. So basically, you will see that guided buying in any implementation, in any downstream implementation, if you go and try to do it right now, I'm not saying which has already been done. Think right now, if you go and do any implementation, the first thing which you're going to see is like your client is going to say that the basically the uh, what you can say the UI about the user interface. User interface is very clumsy. They will say my users are generally not very happy in using this interface. Although it is much better compared to SAP SRM or SAP ECC, but my users are not happy. So then SAP Ariba will always give you another option. And what is that particular option? That is called as SAP guided buying. Now, once all the end users specifically, see the guided buying, they are going to love it and they are going to say, we are going to use guided buying. So please implement guided buying. So once you have done all the, you know, configuration for the Ariba downstream and all the other things, client is going to come and ask to you, boss, guided buying is needed to be implemented. So first of all, we need to understand what is guided buying, who are the target audience over here. And here, guys, I will suggest to you, please don't look at guided buying from the functional consulting perspective. Always try to understand the guided buying until unless we are not going into the configuration session. Try to understand guided buying from the end user perspective. Why? Because if you don't understand that, you will not understand what is the need of guided buying. Why? Because guided buying is solely an user interface. It does not add any uh, more functional addition. Okay. So first of all, what is guided buying? Now, most of the Ariba consultant, they will say guided buying is a separate application which is generally given in Ariba downstream. You can start easily working on that and you can do whatever you want over there, something like this. All these things are crap. Guided buying means essentially that the old UI, specifically the UI which you are seeing right now, this is called as the classical UI. This is a little bit cumbersome for the end user. So what SAP Ariba has given? SAP Ariba has given a new user interface. New user interface. Remember, guided buying does not have its own database. Guided buying does not have any separate application. It's a user interface. Just like this Ariba UI. This Ariba UI is a classical UI with its database. Similarly, guided buying is also accessing the same database. What configuration you have done over here in the downstream, same thing will be done in the guided buying. So guided buying is nothing but a user interface. Okay, nothing else. Next thing, to whom it is targeted. That's a very good query. To whom it is targeted. Now, as you will go and do any implementation, you will see most of the company will have two, what you can say, uh, two type of users. Users means I'm talking about buyer over here. Okay, what are those two types of users? Professional and casual. So when I'm talking about professional user and casual user, so I think some of you are having idea over here who is a professional user, who is a casual users over here, right? So when I'm talking about casual users, means those users, those basically end user who will do what? Who will raise a sourcing project, who will raise a PR, do the receiving done, their work is completed. They will go away. Okay, so they are called as the casual users over here. Then who is the professional users or professional buyers? Basically, professional buyers are the administrator. Whenever there is an issue with the sourcing project, whenever there is an issue with the PR or PO, they will be resolving it. Similarly, they will also be working on the invoice reconciliation and invoice. They will manually edit it. They will have that authorization. Okay, so keep this thing in your mind first. Now, professional users will always use classical UI, this UI, which you are seeing right now. Why? Because this is the place where you will do all the configuration. They don't need a good UI. They can work in any user interface. But the casual users who are not belonging to IT or procurement department, they don't have time for checking up this user interface and all the technicalities, right? They will, let's say, take for example, one user is working in HR, another user is working in sales and marketing division. They will say, I don't have time to explore in Ariba. I want to purchase a laptop for my need, for doing my sales related activity or for doing my HR related activities. I will just buy a laptop. That's it. So those end user, casual end user will complain a lot saying the user interface is too much complex. I want it to be easy. Even for searching an item in catalog, it's too much complex and it's too much technical. So for them only guided buying is given. So always remember, when you will implement guided buying, you will implement guided buying for the casual users. Professional users are still going to use this classical UI. Okay. Third thing, what is the licensing cost? Now, first of all, you should remember over here, Ariba guided buying has some prerequisite. If your client has taken Ariba downstream, then only guided buying can be taken. If there is no Ariba downstream, guided buying cannot be taken at all. Remember this thing. And second thing is like there is no cost involved for guided buying. What do you mean by that particular thing? Basically, what do you mean by this thing is like if you buy Ariba downstream, you would be able to get guided buying free of cost. There is no licensing cost. There is no extra money which you have to pay to SAP Ariba. Always remember this thing. So that is why wherever you will go for Ariba downstream implementation, you will have to do it over here. Okay. Now let's see how does the Ariba guided by user interface looks like. So give me a moment over here, guys. I'm just unsharing my screen. Okay. Let me just log in. I will be showing you the specific user ID over here. I think guys, you are able to see my screen, right? Can you please confirm? Are you able to see my screen? Right now? Yeah. Thanks for the confirmation, guys. Okay. So this is how the guided buying look like. On your first glance, I think you can see over here the whole UI is totally different compared to classical UI. Why? Because in classical UI, whenever you will go in the catalog section, this is basically the user interface, which is array. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Yeah, I think guys now the screen is visible to all of you, right? You're able to see the catalog section right now. Yeah, thanks for the confirmation, guys. Okay, so this is basically the you know what? This is basically the classical UI for catalogs. Now here, if any casual user will go, they will see, hey, what is this? Where I will see? How I will find it? It's looking too much complex. But if you look at the same time at the what? At the guided by UI over here, see it is much more concise. Concise in the sense, see, you're not getting a cluttered UI, you're getting a very simple UI. Now let's say you want to buy a laptop. Over here, if you go into the catalog section, where is laptop? Where is laptop? How I will find laptop? Either by clicking on this see computer and IT equipments, then I will click on hardware and peripherals. Then what I will do? I will click on notebook computers. Then only see the laptop will come over here. Okay. And if the user does not know about it, then what will happen? Then they will do what? They will do a search over here. Laptop. Now, what's the issue with this search, guys? Can any of you take a guess? Why search option should be the last thing which any user should use while searching for the item in catalogs? Can any of you take a guess why it is so? Correct. Correct, guys. Performance. Why? Because see, most of the trainer you will ask them, they will just search it in their user interface, basically in their test environment, and they will say do the same thing over there. But in real life scenario, you will be having millions of data records. Everybody searches at the same time. What will happen? The performance will go out. So this is the small differences which you will face while doing the implementation. So you cannot say search as the default option for finding any line items. So then they have to follow that hierarchy. Now most of the end user don't, casual end user, they don't know about the hierarchy. So for them finding this thing is pretty much different. So they will go to search option. Even if you explicitly say follow this hierarchy, they will say this hierarchy is a little bit, you know, cumbersome. Am not able to find it properly. But if you go to the guided buying user interface, this is your main screen. If you want to buy a laptop, in which tile you will click, guys? I don't have to say to you anything. Forget about you. Even for the casual buyer, I don't have to say anything at all to them. Why? Because they will know immediately that if I want to buy laptop, I have to come where? In IT hardware and services. Correct? Guys, are you able to see all the tiles over here in the guided buying screen? Yes. See, over here, IT hardware and services is there. I think most of you can follow this particular thing. Now, if you say a casual end user want to buy a laptop, right? You don't have to give them any instruction. They will immediately know that if I want to buy a laptop, I have to click on this tile, IT hardware and services. So what they will do, they will click on this IT hardware and services. Okay. Now, once they click on IT hardware and services, see the child tiles over here are coming automatically. Which child tile? Desktop, laptop, server. Guys, I think you are able to find these tiles, right? See in the screen, desktop, laptop, servers, right? Can you please confirm, guys? Yeah. So you don't have, even if you don't give a full training to the casual user will know immediately by looking at the image as well as the tile that I have to go over here to find my catalog item. That means what you are doing, you are making the PR creation very easy for the casual users. So that is the main motive behind building of guided buying, so that basically the end user who wants to create a PR, then somebody else will do the PR approval. PO will get created, and once the product come into their shipping address, what they will do, they will do the GR. This is their work from PR till GR. If they want to do this, then casual users are basically doing the PR to GR cycle. After that, any changes in the invoice management, this invoice reconciliation, this will be done by whom? This will be done by your administrator, right? Invoice administrator, invoice manager, and all those guys will be over here. They will be doing this activity. So keep this thing in your mind. So till GR only, the casual user will go and do it. So now it is very easy for the casual user to find a laptop. What they will do, they will just click on this laptop tile. Once they click on this laptop tile, what will happen? All the laptop will be shown over here. So that is why guided buying has been created. So always remember, guided buying is for casual users. Classical UI is for professional user or administrator. Now let us see how the PR screen look like, right? So yesterday we have seen how the PR screen will look like in the classical UI. Let us see how the PR screen looks like in guided buying. So what I will do, I will click on the quantity. I will make this thing as 10, and then I will click on add to cart. Okay. Same thing is coming over here. Checkout. Click on the checkout. So once you click on the checkout, the PR will come over here. Just a moment. Okay. So once the PR comes over here, PR screen, this is basically the PR screen, which will be shown in the guided buying. So I think guys, most of you are able to see the guided buying screen over here, right? What information are present over here? See, ship to address. What is the cost center over here? What is the total cost, including the taxes over here? Okay. And what is the line item which is present over here? How much quantity? What is the price? Just a moment. I think I pressed the wrong one. Okay. What is the quantity? What is the price, net amount, and gross amount? And then the approval flow, right? That means very less information, only the mandatory information which is to be seen over here is shown. Now, if some end users say, I want to see some more information, yes, that is also visible. So what you have to do, you have to click on this particular arrow on the left hand side, just at the starting point of the line item addition. Click on this one, then you would be able to see all the information, accounting related information, shipping related information, all these things. But at the time of creation of the PR, by default, this things or this information will not be shown directly to the end user. If they want to see the details, then they can just, you know, click on extend all over there for the line item, and then they can see all this information. So that means what? That means the end user who are not at all interested with their work, they will do what? They will not see all this information, and then they will say that yes, this is a very simple UI and like I like this UI. So this is basically how the screen will look like. Now apart from this thing, are you able to see one more thing, guys, which I have highlighted in the screen right now? What is this particular thing, guys? Any guess? Any guess, guys? This particular message which you are seeing, that IT asset time frame policy provide justification for ordering this item within 2 years of the previous purchase. And see, there is a drop down list over there, and beneath it, it is showing as required field, right? What is this particular thing? I have also highlighted this thing in the screen, guys. Basically, it's an error message, right? It's an error message. Why? Basically justification message which is required over here, right? So previously, whenever you asked me that Manoj, can we add some validation, custom validation or custom checks, I have always told you, guys, you have to create an ER. So right now, most of you will be saying this is actually enhancement request, Manoj. And then I will say, no, guys, we haven't created any ER over here in this server, basically for this training server. And second thing, for the same line item, if you add it in the classical UI, you will not get this message. Then you will be thinking that Manoj, hey, what is this particular thing? Then, so remember, this is another additional feature of guided buying, that since casual users are there, even if you give them training, they will do the wrong things. Now in classical UI, you cannot stop them. Let's take for example, your company policy is that you should not be able to procure anything that is above 1 million. What you are going to do? How you are going to prepare that workflow? In the last level of your workflow level, what you will be saying? Anything that is more than 1 million will go to the last approver, and last approver will reject it, right? That is how you are going to construct the workflow. Because you can give a positive condition, you can do a condition check, but you cannot give a negative condition over there. That means within the workflow, you cannot stop the PR creation process. So let's say I am a casual user, right? I have created a PR which is of value 2 million USD. When it will be rejected? When the approval level will go to the last level, that particular guy will find out that, oh, 1 million is the maximum limit. This guy has created 2 million. I will reject this thing. In between, how much time is delayed? Nobody knows. It can be 4 days, it can be 3 days, it can be 7 days also. That means casual user have wasted 7 days along with the approvers in procuring the wrong materials or services. Guided buying tries to remove that particular issue. So in guided buying, there is a thing called as policies, which we will see in our configuration. That particular policy, what it will do, at the time of creation of your PR, you will be putting some expression, and if the expression has failed, if it is not satisfied, then these kinds of error, warning message, justification message will come. And it's totally up to you whether you want to make it a error, whether you want to make this thing warning, whether you want to make this thing a justification. Okay, so it's totally up to you whether you will make these things or not. Okay, so once you make this particular thing, what will happen is like you are stopping the issues where in the source, so that if you are saying that your company policy is you cannot buy any PR, or you cannot order any PR which is having more than $1 million, you can just put an error over there. Then what will happen? Guided buying won't allow the casual user to create a PR where the value is more than $1 million. Forget about the approval. This error will come over there and it will not let you submit the PR. That means what? Where the root of the problem is, at that point of time, the issue can be resolved. So remember this particular thing, policy, it can be configured over here. But remember that policy will only be kept where? In guided buying. So even if you create this policy in guided buying, you will get this policy. For the same line item, you will not get the policy in classical UI. Okay, so remember this thing, guys. And this is also one of the most important interview question for guided buying, that if the policy which you are designing for the some item, right? So this will be applicable for both classical UI as well as for guided buying. The answer is no. It will only be applicable for guided buying. Keep this thing in your mind. Now over here, what I will do, I will select a reason. I need this laptop for my home office. Once you have given the justification, now see there is no error. See, send request is coming. Click on send request. Now once you click on send request, what will happen? See, your PR has got submitted. See, your PR has got submitted over here. Now it is in approval flow. Now here is the issue over here, guys. Just a moment, guys. Let me just unshare and then share it. Guys, are you able to see my screen? Yeah. So here, what you can see right now, the PR has been created and it has been submitted. Now the approval flow is coming over here. Now remember over here, guys, as I have shown yesterday, that if you are having the role purchasing administrator, you can remove the approver. Even the casual user, if they're having the purchasing administrator role, they cannot remove the approver from guided buying role. So next, what I will do, this PR is there 46588. What I will do, I will go into my classical UI right now. Just a moment. See, right now I am in the classical UI. I will go into the procurement tab. Then I will search for the equation. Click on search. See, my PR is available over here. Now, why I am showing this particular thing? You can see this particular thing over here. Same user ID I have logged in into both guided buying and classical UI over here. Now why I am showing the same PR once again in the classical EI? To show you that guided buying does not have a separate database. It's not an application. So that is why whatever you will create in guided buying, it will be available in your classical UI. Now next thing, here I am speaking about mainly about the limitation. What is the limitation over here? Limitation in guided buying is like, even if you are having the administrator role, you cannot remove the approvers. So that is why always remember, the casual user will be using guided buying. The administrator will be always be using the classical UI. They cannot use guided buying. Keep this thing in your mind. Now, what I will do, I will remove the three different approvers. Click on the cross mark and just click on OK. Then the approver will be deleted. Now, once it has been done, what I will do, once again, I will go back over here in the guided buying. Now, once you go into the guided buying, okay, I've refreshed the screen. See the PR is coming over here. I will click on the PR. Now see what is the PR status over here, guys. I have just highlighted it. What is the status of the PR? It is coming as ordered. See, it is coming as ordered. Same thing if you go down below in the history and you can see the order has been created and it has been successfully sent to the Ariba network, as you can see over here. So as a casual buyer, you will work till here. After this work has been done, what you will do? You will wait for the supplier to send you the products. Once the supplier send the product, what you will be doing, guys? Any guess next? What you will be doing over here? Correct. You will be doing receiving. Okay. So basically, where you will do the receiving? Uh, Guys, can you see at the top of the screen? There is a bell mark over here. Bell icon, top right hand side. Confirm me once you see that particular thing. At the top right hand side, you would be able to see that bell icon. Yeah, thanks for the confirmation, guys. So see, you can see this bell icon. Click on this bell icon. Now, first of all, here you can do the receiving. See, receive order something. It is coming over here. And once you click on that particular thing, what will happen? This will come here automatically. The PO, and here you can do what? You can do the receiving. Yeah, I'm already waiting, guys. Yeah, I'm already waiting. I haven't done anything over here. Yeah, but tell me one thing, guys, before I go into each of this particular thing and uh, 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 see each and everything over here about receiving. Tell me one thing: why receiving in classical UI we can do receiving from the transaction only, right? In the classical UI. So tell me, guys, why we cannot do the receiving from the what? From the transaction. Why we have to go into the icon, that means bell icon over there, and then we have to click on this part, and then we have to do the receiving. Any guess, guys? Any guess, guys? Why receiving cannot be done in the transaction? Why receiving is done from the bell icon? No, guys. Actually, the main reason, if I tell you over here, you will start laughing. That starting point, that means when the guided buying was launched, it was, I think, in 2017. Yeah, it was in 2017 only, along with SLP. So this guided buying stabilized in 2018. You can say just a little bit more than 1 year ago. Till that time, receiving was not present within the guided buying section. So in 2018 mid, from that time, lot of clients who were doing guided buying implementation, they said, hey, my casual users will do the receiving. At least give me that particular option. Invoice reconciliation, my professional user will do, no issues, but give the option for receiving. Now, Ariba did not wanted to give this particular option. So that is why within the normal transactions in guided buying for the PR, you can't do receiving. They have given a workaround by giving the GR functionality, but this GR functionality can only be accessed from the bell icon. So always remember, 1 year ago, this particular feature, that is receiving feature, was not present within guided buying at all. That is why Ariba made a, what you can say, workaround for this particular thing, and that is why receiving can be done in the notification icon. That means the bell icon over there, and then only it will work properly. So keep this thing in your mind always. That receiving was not present at the starting. It was given as a workaround. So that is why we have to do receiving while clicking on the bell icon over here. Now here, if you see the screen for receiving, you will say, start telling me, Manoj. Here, see, previously when we were doing the receiving yesterday, there was accept, there was reject, then there was also option to do the close PO. Why those things are not coming? So any guess, guys, why all those things are not coming over here? Ah, yeah, correct, Diksha. Totally correct. You have given the correct answer over here. Why? Because who are the audience for using guided buying? Casual users. You cannot give this option to casual users to close the PO. Why? Because if they close the PO, then again, once again, they will come back and they will say, hey, guys, I have done it by mistake. Please once reopen once again. And you cannot reopen once it is closed. So that is why all these options are not given over there. Now, if they want to close the PO, they will tell the administrator. Administrator can do it on their behalf. So that is why what they can only do is like they can do say, okay, I have received this much amount of information. And yes, they can do partial receiving also, but they cannot reject anything, neither they can close the PO. Okay. So yes, you can do the receiving by just clicking on the accepted field, and here you can click on 10, click on submit, and now see, you're able to see this message. You have successfully received the selected item. Guys, are you able to see this particular success message over here, which I have highlighted? Yeah, yeah. Thanks for the confirmation, guys. Now, once you have done this particular thing, that means your receiving has been done. You cannot receive this order once more. Why? Because the full quantity you have accepted. Okay. Now, if you go over here, okay, and if you click on this particular item, you will see what is the status which is coming over here. Received. Same thing over here. See, you can see it is coming as received. So once the receiving has been done, now the casual user cannot do anything. Now, whenever the invoice is getting created, if there is any issue with IR, all those things will be done where? At the classical UI. I will be showing you. But before that, I think Venkatesh is having a question that why casual users cannot reject. But as I said before, uh, that the issue with this particular things is like rejection and close PO. These two are advanced features for doing the receiving. Advanced features are never ever given to the casual users over here, Ganesh. So that is why they can only accept it, or they can do the partial receiving. That means they can say out of 10 things, they can only say 5 things, we have received. Next 5 things, once it comes, they can do it. But if they want to do the rejection, or let's say if they want to close the PO, so what will happen? They will write to a purchasing administrator saying, hey, 10 item has came, but after looking up the quality, I have seen that 8 quantity is good, 2 quantity is not acceptable at all, and I want to close the PO. So once they send this request to the purchasing administrator will do the receiving against that particular PR for that casual user in classical UI, saying 8 is accepted, 2 is rejected, close PO. Excuse me. But the casual user won't be having this particular thing. Now, as you can see, there is no way over here within this particular screen where I can find an invoice and other thing. Why? Because it is not intended for the casual user. So if you want to see the invoice and other thing, what we need to do, we need to go to the classical UI over here. So what I will do, I will go back to the main screen over here in the classical UI, and just a moment. Once again, I will come to procurement. I will click on this equation, and just a moment, give me a moment. Click on search. Click on this particular item. Now you can see within the orders that the PO is coming as what? As, just a moment, as received. Now, if any invoice and when it will get created, it will come over here and it will be showing up over here. Okay. See, it is getting automatically created over here. So you can see this particular thing over here automatically. Okay. But if you see this particular thing in the guided buying, you cannot see any invoice or anything. So always remember, in guided buying, guys, till receiving you can do. Why? Because you are doing all this thing from the point of view of casual users. Okay, just a moment. I think again there is some issue over here, guys. Yeah, are you able to see the? Yeah, are you able to see the screen? Just a moment. Let me just unshare it and share it once again. Are you able to see my screen, guys? Yeah. So you can see over here the different things, and you can see that term coming as what? The PO is coming as received over here. Same thing over here. What you can see is like, if any invoice and all those invoice reconciliation will get created, it will be getting created where? Within here. If I click on this invoice and if I click on this particular invoice things, see all this particular information will be shown over here in the classical UI. It will not be shown over here in the guided buying. Why? Because in guided buying, when you are saying receiving has been done, that is where the process will end for the casual end user. Yeah, we are in the summary only, guys. Actually, we are in the summary. Achha, summary of PR. Can you just have a look at it over here, guys? I have just highlighted over here. You can see the invoice name over here, which is coming. Yeah, I think, guys, this is some issue with, yeah, I think there's some issue with our net over here. It's not actually, I think, a issue with my net. Why? Because I have connected with two nets today over here from two service provider. Same issue is happening over here. So I think it's a, you know, there is specific issue over here which is happening. Okay. Okay. So in the invoice, you can see all this particular different information over here. Same information you won't be able to find where in your guided buying. Why? Because guided buying means till receiving, as a casual user you can do anything on the invoice or invoice reconciliation. You have to ask the administrator. They can only resolve this thing. Okay. Now, one more important point which I want to raise with all of you. Why? Because this point is quite important, that this interview question generally comes with all of you. It can be asked in guided buying, and many Ariba consultant generally makes a mistake over here. So the question over here is like, for guided buying, what are the roles or authorization which is required for the users? Any point on this? Any answer on this point, guys? But is there any specific roles or authorization which is needed by the buyers who are going to use guided buying? No, I'm not saying purchasing user and receiving agent. I am saying any other guided buying specific role they need. Always remember, yes, you're correct. There is no guided buying specific role which exists over here. Okay, that's the first of all. First thing, there is no role for the buyer which is required specifically for guided buying. That's the first thing. Second thing is like, which roles are required, as pointed out by Diksha: purchasing user, receiving agent. These are the two roles which you require so that you can work as a buyer in classical UI for P2P. Same role we need for guided buying. You don't need a separate role over here. Neither you need to create this user ID once again for guided buying UI. If your user ID is existing in Ariba classical UI, it is more than enough. And guys, remember, this guided buying is not for supplier. This is only for buyer, right? Supplier will be present in Ariba network over here. Buyer will have two user interface. Okay, one is the normal UI or classical UI. Basically, the screen which you are seeing right now, this is basically the classical UI. Okay, and guided buying UI, that will be used by, what you can say, casual end users, buyers. They will be using that particular UI. Always remember, supplier does not use guided buying, neither Ariba spend management. They will be present over Ariba network, and for them there is no other view. For them there is only one view in Ariba network. That's it. Keep this thing in your mind. Okay. Next, the thing is like, you have to do some configurations, right? Which I have told. What are those configuration? Basically, you have to do configuration of policies, image loading. Okay, and if you need to do some customization, what will happen over there? Now, generally, these things generally does not happen in your normal project. But if you get a complex project and your client say, Manoj, these are all the standard things, I want to change this particular view. See, within the IT hardware and department, and equipment, what is happening? IT software is not coming. So your client is requesting you, apart from all these particular standard thing, IT software should also be added over here. How you're going to do these things? Okay, that thing we will have a look. But before that, how you will enable the guided buying? what are the steps for enabling the guided buying. Then once it is delivered, what are the prerequisite which you have to maintain. Once the prerequisite has been maintained, then only you can do this configuration. Then we will come into the configuration. So all of these things we are going to discuss after taking a small break over here. So what we are going to do over here, guys, we are going to take a very small break of 5 minutes. Then we are going to discuss all of this particular thing, so that guided buying will get completed. So once guided buying gets completed, we will be having a question answer session. Then we will move into the supply data routes. Okay, so let us take a 5 minutes break over here, guys. After that, we will be continuing with the uh, guided buying enablement and guided buying configuration over here. Yeah, thank you, guys. So guys, am I audible to all of you? Can you please confirm, guys? Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the confirmation, guys. Just give me a moment over here. I'm just unsharing my screen. Let me open up my notepad over here. I think, guys, you're able to see my screen right now, right? Our notepad is coming over there. Yeah, thanks for the confirmation, guys. Now you can see the first thing is, as I said before, you're not going to just directly jump into the guided buying, right? You will be constructing the different implementation procedure for downstream first, right? So if you remember our first session in downstream, what we did over there, we build up catalogs, right? We build up catalogs over there. So in the catalogs, there was one thing which was called as catalog hierarchy. Can any of you recall, guys, what is, you know, how the catalog hierarchy was done, or what's the importance of catalog hierarchy? Okay, let me just repeat then. So as I said, when you are going to uh, configure the catalogs and as well as load the catalogs, what I said was like, first you have to load the UNSPC commodity code, where in the mass data load. Once it has been done, then there was one job, right? Catalogs hierarchy rebuilding jobs. That particular job you have to run. Once that particular job will run, what will happen? From the UNSPC commodity code, Ariba will generate the catalog hierarchy. That catalog hierarchy will not only be used in Ariba catalogs, but it will also be used where? In your guided buying. So the guided buying tiles which you are able to see, this basically I'm talking about this particular thing. Just give me a moment. Yeah. Now, now I think you are able to see the main tiles of guided buying, right? Yeah. I think we have to wait. So until and unless you don't confirm me, I will not, proceed ahead. So when you will confirm me, guys, I will proceed ahead. Yeah. Please do confirm me once you are able to see the guided buying screen. Yes. So I think it is visible for all of you guys, right? Now? Yeah. So you can see these particular things which is coming: marketing, IT, hardware and services, print, maintenance, facilities, office supply. So what do you think? This we have actually, uh, uh, okay. Now guys, So as you can see over here, there are different marketing tiles which we were talking about. Okay, marketing, IT hardware and services, print, maintenance, facilities, office and office supplies. So basically these things are what? These are basically catalog hierarchy only. Please don't think like this has got generated automatically or we have done anything. No, we haven't done anything. This is automatically configured from your catalog hierarchy. So when your catalog hierarchy will be built up, that is the prerequisite. So until unless you build up your catalog hierarchy, even if everything is ready, your guided buying cannot work. Okay. So always remember this thing, that marketing, IT hardware and service, and these things are catalog hierarchy. So that is why I said you cannot implement guided buying before implementing downstream. That means P2P. So you have to implement downstream P2P first, then only you can come and implement guided buying. So this all these particular tiles and their child and parents, it is coming from where? It is coming from your catalog hierarchy. It is not coming from anywhere else. Okay. So that is why I said we have to do the catalog hierarchy. Then when we are ready, what we will do? Yeah, just a moment. Are you able to see the notepad, guys, right now? Yeah, I think today, guys, we have to wait. We don't know what will happen over here. Why? Because I think this is, I think, issue with all the service provider of the internet which is happening over here. I think everything is slow today. Yeah. So the thing is like, what will happen is like, what are the different options which you have to do over here? Okay. So the first option which you have to do over here is create an SR. In the service request, what you will do, in the service request, you will put a SR to Ariba team over there, saying, please enable the guided buying feature. Why? Because remember, this guided buying URL and all those stuff you cannot get out of thin air. You have to log an SR. Once you have logged an SR with Ariba support team saying, please enable the guided buying for us, then Ariba support team is going to enable the guided buying. They will give you a separate URL. Okay, you have to click on, you have to use that separate URL. Same user ID which you're using in the classical UI for P2P, you have to give over there. That means same user ID and password within that guided buying URL. Then you would be able to view the guided buying things. So once it has been done, next, it depends upon how much complex your project is. Okay, how much complex your project is. If your project is too much complex, then what will happen is like client will say you that this particular tiles, marketing, print, office supplies, this which are coming, I want to enhance this thing. Okay, now I will suggest to all of you, remember, there are some JSON related activities over here which we need to do. If you want to do that kind of customization, we cannot do it on our own. Why? Because we are functional consultant, we cannot write code in Java. But that particular kind of customization, if the client is asking, we have to take care of a JSON consultant. So that is why always remember, if you're working in a normal project, Most of the configuration in guided buying you can do it by yourself or by taking the help of Ariba support team. But if it is a very complex project and client is saying change the structure, so Ariba allows it in guided buying only, not in classical UI. In guided buying, it will allow it. But remember, for that particular thing, you have to download a JSON file, and that particular JSON file, what you have to do, you have to give it to the JSON developer, basically the Java structured language. Its name is, I think, Java structure object notation, something like that. Okay, so it's basically based on Java. So you need to ask a Java developer to come over there and to modify that JSON file. This file will be shared with the Ariba support team. They will check the JSON file. Once everything is okay, they will upload it. Then the catalog hierarchy, based on the catalog hierarchy, the tiles which has been designed, that will be customized. Okay, so that is basically the complex projecting. But in normal projecting, what we will do, what we will do, we will generally load the images. Basically, these images, you don't have to load it also for a normal standard project. Why? Because it will be coming as it is. It will be delivered as it is from the SAP Ariba side as a part of pre-configured solution. So guided buying is a pre-configured kind of solution over there. So the images, the tiles, and all those things will be coming over there automatically. Now, what thing we have to do? Basically, two things. We have to build up the policy. What policy? That particular validation which you are seeing right in the PR screen. Any error if you want to do, these things you will be doing through the policy. That's the first thing. Okay. Second thing is translation. Why? Because let's say if your client is saying, I want you to implement Ariba in guided buying in Europe as well as in India. So in Europe, what you have to do is like you have to do the translation, right? So where you can maintain the translation, remember, translation also can be configured over here. So what you need to do is like you need to just find a text, field level text over there in whatever language your client is asking. And that particular thing you will maintain it in the configuration. So both of these two configuration we are going to see. JSON configuration we are not going to see. Why? Because it's totally technical in nature. We cannot help it out over there. Okay, so that is why I have written over there. You can see in the first point over here in the GB config that decide the strategy for the hierarchy in the commodity code, parent commodity code, child commodity code, etc. These things will be given by whom? This thing will be given by the client. Okay. Now, once this particular thing has been done, all the changes will be done by whom? By the JSON developer within the JSON file. We will not be doing anything over there. Okay. So just give me a moment. I will show you how to do this two configuration over there. But before that, let me just unshare my screen. Let me try to change one thing over here. Okay. So just a moment over here, guys. So guys, is the screen loading quickly right now or it is still taking time? Are you able to see? See, I have highlighted the marketing one over here. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for the confirmation, guys. So first of all, where you can see all this particular thing in the top left hand side, see there is three parallel bar. Click on the parallel bar. Then there is a thing called as admin. Click on the admin. I think admin feature is coming over here automatically for all of you guys, right? You're able to see this particular thing. Yeah, I think there is no lag right now. Yeah, I think this was a issue with with the Microsoft update which is happening over in the background. So I stopped that particular thing. Now it is working fine. So I think that update was taking up all the internet bandwidth over here. So basically we will do what? We will do the configuration for policy and translation over here, nothing else. But what about the JSON? JSON is this particular word, remember, not JSON, JSON. So you click on this particular thing, landing pages, manage using JSON, click on download landing pages, and then you click on open. Now, once you open this particular JSON page, now I think you can see this particular JSON page. It will be containing many lines of coding. Many lines of coding will be there. And this particular file, you have to give to whom? You have to give to the JSON developer over there. JSON developer will be modifying this file based on the requirement of the client. Here we cannot do anything. Okay, we have to just give the logic which has been given by the whom? By the client to the JSON developer, and JSON developer will be doing the same. So next thing you will be asking, Manoj, what are the things which we have to do? First thing is translation. So first of all, click on download translation. Once you click on download translation, then open this particular thing. Now you can see for each commodity code, there will be different translation. Okay. So here, as of now, remember, there will be too many files. Your next query would be, Manoj, which file I will use? Why? Because here 1,000 files will be present. I will enter 1,000 files. No. Then which file? Then remember over here, guys, whichever commodity code we are using, that particular commodity code you have to change over here. Now your next query would be, okay, but Manoj, here see the name of the file is not coming as commodity. It is coming with some unique ID. From where it is coming? Now here you have to take the help of a JSON developer. Why? Because you have to ask the JSON developer, boss, these are my commodity codes. Find those commodity codes in the JSON file, and based upon this commodity code, please give me their unique ID. Once the JSON developer gives you the unique ID, then search for the unique ID over there, open it up over here, and here you will give the language and give their text basically. Okay, so these are pretty important. Why? Because most of the people don't recognize or don't remember over here that all of the file need not be changed. Why? Because there will be 1,000 files. You will only need to change, I think, some 20 to 25 files, not more than that. But that finding of 20 to 25 files is very complex. So you have to take help of a JSON developer. You have to tell them these are the commodity codes like IT, hardware and services, marketing, print, office supplies. I want you to find these commodity codes. Give me the unique ID. Once the unique ID is given, open that unique ID. Now, what you will do inside over here? Here you're just going to copy this particular thing, okay, and rather than description, what you will do over here, you will write something in, let's say if your client is asking in French, you will update the description, what is the meaning of the word description in French language, and the same thing you will put it over here. Okay, and in this policies, guidance and context, please don't change anything. Okay, why? Because we need to change only the header parameter, not any other thing. Why? Because policy will be what? Policy will be automatically be implemented at the PR level. It is not language specific. But if you give some value over here, what will happen? That will be made as language specific. So that is why please don't add all this thing. Here you just copy in the language which you want and you put the value over here. That's it. And save this data. And once this particular data is saved, save all this data within this zip file. Once the zip file has been done, then here you click on upload translation. Click on upload file, done. Then what will happen? So after doing this upload, guys, what do you think? Uh, your translation will be happening automatically, or when it will happen? Or basically in which cases it will happen? Yeah, correct. That means country specific buyer. Now, let's say you have put French language over there. When my user ID, in my user ID, I am putting a preference, not English, French, then only the translation will happen automatically. That we don't have to do over here. That is a part of standard scenarios over there. And through the standard scenario, it will happen automatically. Okay. So keep this thing in your mind. Now, once you have done the translation, okay. Yeah, another good query over here, that which languages, basically over here, which languages will be done over here? That's also a good query. That apart from, let's say, French, I want to add Germany or German language. Then I want to add some Russian language. So where we will put all this particular thing? That's a very good query. So always remember, first thing, that all this language should be used by some group of users as the first thing. And second thing is like, what will happen is like, that particular notepad which is happening over there, instead of only the description, you need to put a fr. What you need to do is like, you need to put the language like this. So we actually forgot over here, guys. So whenever you're writing that particular quotation, you have to write like this: fr, then something in French. Why? Fr means for French. Okay. Similarly, Russian would be what? Ru over here. Then you will write something in Russian. Now, first of all, you should ask me that this particular languages, short term, you know, short form, where we will get this value, fr or ru or whatever is it. Why? Because we cannot give it as per our understanding. So remember this thing, guys. You will find this thing within your data loads. Within your data loads, what will happen is like, there will be a task called as locally, export locally.csv. Once you click on that particular thing, all the languages which is supported by SAP Ariba, it will be given short text, full text, and then one small name. That, that small name would be a key item over there. So when you are finding the text over there as French language over there, and you will be able to find a key as fr. So copy that thing and you put it over here. Similarly, for Russian language, you will find it as ru. Okay. For Germany also, there will be, I think, GER, something like that is there. Okay. But exactly, you need to download that CSV file. From there, you will be able to find that key for the language term, and that particular thing you have to put it over here if you want automatic determination. Okay. Next thing is policies. So click on this particular policies. Here is, I think you can see the validation policy. So click on export policy over here. Once you click on export policy, click on open. What will happen? One Excel will open up over here. So let me just increase the font so I think everybody can see over here properly. Yeah. As you can see, there are some policy which has been configured over here. So remember, this policy you cannot configure on your own. this policy will be configured by whom? Basically the client's requirement. Whenever you getting a client's requirement over there, you have to put the same thing over here, and you have to rename different policies. Now let us say your client is saying PR validation. That means basically you cannot buy any PR which is having value of more than 1 million. So what I will do, I will remove all this particular thing, and I will put PR price limitation. Okay. So based upon my client's change, requirement, I have created a policy name. So always remember, in the first sheet, you will just put policy name. Okay. Then you will go to the expression over here. Okay. So let me just increase the font over here for the expression. Before we go into this particular thing, just a moment. Let me just copy this thing over here. Okay. Before I go into each of this particular thing over here, can any of you guys take a guess? Has we seen this thing before? Has we seen this thing before, guys? Where? Yeah, it is correct. Yes, we have seen this particular thing. But where? Correct. Correct. We have seen this particular thing in our approval processes. Where? In the approval processes where we have used conditions. Okay. So always remember this particular thing. Okay. So wherever we have added conditions, in the template, we have added condition. In the approval flow, we have added conditions. There we have done it. It is also coming in the same way, but here it's more technical in nature. Why? Because since guided buying is a new thing, okay, it is still, what you can say, it is still getting evolved. Upstream and downstream, basically it is done, right? We have done all this particular stuff. From long it is available, so it is already a, what you can say, uh, uh, matured product. But this guided buying, it is still maturing. It is still not a matured product. So that is why all these conditions are written over here in technical terms. Now, first thing first, you can see the first field which is coming over here. It is showing us what? Left hand side type. What do you mean by left hand side type over here, guys? Basically, you're telling over here that the left hand field is nothing but a field value only. Why? Because ultimately in a condition, what we will do, we will put a field in the left hand side. On the right hand side, either we will, mostly we will put a value, right? So system is asking what you will put in the left hand side type. Remember, it should always be field. Similarly, right hand side type, it should always be value. But guided buying does not understand what is a value. It will only understand this keyword which is called as constant. So you will put constant over here. So always in the left hand side type field, right hand side type, you will put constant. Now in the left hand side field, if you put a focus, and if you focus on the left hand side field, these are basically technical names, right? These are basically technical names of the fields. So this is also one of the biggest issue when Ariba persons generally configure this particular thing. Why? Because they will raise an service request and they will be saying, hey, I am not having access to technical things in SAP Ariba. How I will know the technical fields? but it is wrong. You have access to it. Can any of you guys remember or recall where you can see these particular technical field names? Because I think we have seen the technical field names, guys, before. There is actually no tables, guys, right? We don't have access to tables over here. Where actually? No, no, no. Not in data dictionary also. See, in data dictionary, you will have only the master data related field and some very small transaction related data. But here, all the transaction related data will be there. This is also present within condition, guys. So where you will go and check these things, I will show you. Go to the classical UI. Okay. I think the classical Ariba UI is visible to all of you guys, right? Okay. Go to the manage. Go to the approval process. Select approval type as requisition. Okay. Okay. Where it will go? Go to the condition. Go to the condition. Click on field match. Select field. This is where you will find all the technical name, right? Amount reconcile dot amount. This is the internal field name. Internal field name is what? Technical name only, right? Amount reconcile dot approx amount in base currency. So this is where you will find the technical names, guys. You don't need special technical access to see all this particular thing. Okay. Now I think all of you understand where to find this thing, and I hope that whenever you will be doing this guided buying implementation, none of you would be raising a SR saying I don't have a technical access, how I will find the technical name of the fields. Okay. So let's say I want to put a amount, right? Amount field is the main price over here. That is mainly the total cost dot amount field. So what I will do, I will copy this amount, copy this field. Where I will put it? Let's say I will put it over here. These two things I will remove. Now here I will put a condition, right? That it should be less than equal to 1 million. It should not be more than that, right? So this is how you can find a technical name of the fields. Okay. Similarly, let's say if I want to find a company code, instead of using the old fields, I want to use the new company code field over here. Where I can find it? See here, I can find it. Okay. So I will click on company code unique name and I will put it over here. This is how you can find your technical name of the fields. Now, once you find it, in the right hand side field, what you have to give? You have to always give the value over here. So this one I will put it as, let's say, US 001. In the amount, what I will put? One more than 1 million. 100, 100,000, 10 lakh, 1 million. And here in the operator, what I will put? Like this, I will put. less than equal to. Why? Why not less than? Any guess, guys? Why not less than? Because in that case, what will happen is like 1 million will be excluded. That means 999,999. That should be the max amount for which you can create the PR. So if some of you are having a background in SQL, if you know anything about the SQL or basically the database technology, right, which will generally, we will see in our BTech courses, RDBMS or DBMS over there. So there we will have SQL over there. Within the SQL, we will write some select query for fetching the data. Same operator we will use where in our SQL query. So basically, what SAP Ariba is saying, whatever value you're putting over here, they will put the select query over there. Within the where condition, they will put all this condition over there. So that is why each operator over there is not equal to or less than like this. Why? Because it has to follow the SQL logic over there. So SQL operators is also followed over here. So that is why double equal to means equal to over here. It is not only one equal to, and less than equal to will be like this. Okay, greater than equal to will be like this, left arrow will be replaced by a right arrow over here. So that is definitely called the operator over here. Now very good over here. So guys, what is the meaning of logical operator? Now everybody understood what is the meaning of operator. What is the meaning of logical operator, and why this particular logical operator has been given? Any guess, guys? Now I will tell you one scenario. For which policy we are doing all this condition? This is my policy, right? One policy only, I am checking three condition. Now remember, this thing is not used in your normal project. This is generally used in your complex project where you will use multiple condition within a policy. Now when you're using multiple condition, you have to say that the first condition has to be done, or the second condition has to be done, or the third condition has to be done, like this. Or you can say first condition, if it is satisfied, well and good. If it is not satisfied, first condition is not satisfied, then second and third condition has to be satisfied. So how you can write that particular logic? That particular logic can be used by the logical operator. So first thing is mandatory, okay, or optional. How we will decide? By this thing. That means or. So what I'm saying, customer underscore purpose is equal to gift. If it is given, well and good. If it is not given, then I will use and operator over here. And means like this, 2 ampersand. That means if the first condition is satisfied, well and good. If it is not satisfied, then both of this condition has to be satisfied. How you can do this thing? By a or and operator. So always remember, in logical operator, only and or will be there. Okay. So when I am drawing two parallel bars over here, what does this particular thing means? It means or. And when I'm using 2 ampersand over here, that means what? And over here. So that is where you will use logical operator. If you are having multiple condition within policy, you can put a or an and over here for checking the multiple condition. So then you will use the concept of logical operator. Since there is no sub condition over here, but when we will go into the condition, in the template or the workflow approval part over there, we will have this particular option over there. So we can use subcondition over there, but here we cannot use subcondition. So we have to use the concept of logical operator for the subcondition thing. Okay. Now the next important thing is message. What do you mean by a message over here? So you will click on this particular thing. Just a moment. Let me just increase this particular thing. Now, first of all, I will remove all this particular thing. Why? Because it is not required at all. What is our policy name? Peer price limit policy limitation. I will write over here. So this is always the same policy name which you're going to copy from the first Excel sheet. You're going to put it over here. Next is severity. Now severity can always be of three types: error, justification, and warning. Warning can be ignored. Justification, you cannot ignore it, but the thing is, like, once you give some comment over there, done. Okay. But error means what? It will stop the processing. So in the PR price limitation, we can only put error, we cannot put justification. Why? Because if you put justification, somebody will write some comment and then system will let them proceed ahead. They can create even $5 million PR. So how you will write the severity as error? You will write like this: E should be in caps and everything should be in small over here. Once you put the error over here, you can say the total cost of the PR should not exceed 1 million. That is what the error message will look like. So what will happen whenever a casual user is creating a PR which is having value of more than $1 million? What will happen? Immediately this error message will come. It will not let you submit the PR. Forget about going into the approval stage. It will not let you submit the PR. So until and unless you reduce the PR value, this cannot be done. So that is how policy works over here, and this is how you can configure the policy. But remember guys, this policy is only applicable for guided buying. This is not applicable for classical UI. Okay, so this is how you can configure the guided buying. It's not pretty tough, but remember, when you will go into any project over there will be multiple policies over there, multiple conditions over there. So each of the policies you have to configure and you have to test the process every time. That's the first thing. Second thing is, if you're doing a multinational guided buying project over there, you have to do multiple translation file over there. Now it is easy over there. You just need to find the exact key for the languages, and you need to find a exact word for those commodity codes as well as the descriptions in their native language. But finding which file to update, you will need the help of a JSON developer. And third thing, if you're working in a complex project, then in that case you cannot do anything. You have to take the requirement from the client. You have to give the requirement to whom? To the JSON developer. JSON developer will do the coding within the JSON file. They will then give you that particular file. You need to send the file to the SR team. That means Ariba support team. They will check the file. They will upload it from their side. Once it has been uploaded, they will restart the guided buying server once more. And then they will say, please check right now. Then you have to confirm that, okay, changes has been carried out. That is how the configuration can be done. But always remember, for guided buying, you have to do the downstream implementation first. Once the downstream implementation has been done, then only you can come into the guided buying. Else you cannot come. Okay. So guys, we are going to take a question answer session over here. If you're having any question, please raise your hand. We are going to unmute one by one and we are going to take a query from all of you. Yeah, Diksha, can you please go ahead with your query?
Yeah, hi, good morning, Manoj.
Yeah, good
Uh,
morning, Krish.
my first question is in the guided buying screen, I saw a URL on the right hand side, change approval flow.
Okay, just a moment. In the PR.
Yes, they were like help section was created, and on the
Okay.
help center, yeah, they were like,
Okay. So basically, remember, these things means change approval flow means what it will tell. If you go to manage approval process over there, go to the PR approval type, and then you change it over there. Why? Because for guided buying, separately you don't have any approval flow. Why? Because Ariba does not distinguish between a guided buying PR and a classical UI PR. So that is why always remember the PR approval flow which you have configured in the approval processes over there. That is the only flow which will get triggered both for guided buying PR as well as for classical UI PR.
okay, uh,
Yeah.
okay. My second question is,
Yeah.
when we were doing contract compliance, we
Yeah.
had added the dynamic discounting part, volume-based or amount-based discounts. I mean,
Yeah.
one of them, right? So
Yeah.
when we do a PR for a contract catalog and
Mhm.
the PO is also up, the PR gets approved, the PO is sent, it is ordered. So
Mhm.
when ERS is enabled,
Mhm.
so is the invoice created considering this volume or amount discount that had been filled?
That's a very good query. Now let me answer it over here, Diksha. Now let's say you have given the price like 100 quantity, then 2% discount. Okay,
Hmm.
200 quantity, 4% discount. Now let's say you have taken 150 quantity. Now
Hmm.
this particular tiered pricing which you have given, this will be present within the PR. But how will be the price calculated? So what system will do is like, let's say $1,000 is the price,
Hmm.
and you have given 150 quantity. So how much? 1,50,000. That means 150,000 USD is the price. But
Hmm.
what is the discount which will go? So if it is between 100 to 199, we will only get 2% discount. When it will go to 200 to 299, then we will get 4% discount. So what will
Hmm.
happen on this 150,000 USD or 1,50,000 USD? 2% discount will be automatically added in the PR. Means like it will be subtracted over there, and the final value will be coming in the total cost value over there. So
Okay.
remember,
So,
don't need to go to the PO. At the PR level only this calculation will be done. Once the PO is getting created, that particular value will be updated within the PO. Why? Because it is coming from the PR only.
okay. Okay. And my last question is, I did not understand the translation part, as in what are we translating?
Okay, so basically, excuse me. Yeah, basically, what you will be doing the translation is like you will be translating the text over there, basically, right? Some of the text, some of the commodity codes name over there, right? Excuse me. Now, let's say IT computer and hardware is coming like this. What you will do? You will change its name, right? You will change its description to something in French, in in a separate word. So what you will be doing is like you will be taking a help of a translation team, and you will be saying this is the English word. Please translate it into French. Once they translate into French, what you have to do, you have to put FR over there as the language key, colon. Then that particular word in French you have to copy and paste over there. Then what will happen whenever a user is logging who is having their language as French, they will be seeing that particular text rather than seeing the IT computer and hardware services.
So this is the only thing that we can translate. The
Exactly, exactly. Why? Because see, this all these things which you are seeing, received,
Mhm.
comments, attachments, these are standard things. So this will automatically get translated into French.
Okay.
Whenever somebody is logging from French language, all these things will be total cost, charge to ship to, all these things are standard. This will get automatically changed into French language. So what we have to change? We have to change the name of the commodity codes over there. That is the main changes which we have to do. That means
Okay.
translation. So that is
Okay.
what we are.
And the message and the policy messages in the Excel sheet,
Yeah.
those that they can they be Are they also part of translation?
No. Now here, what you have to do is like, this is a very good question. You need to go to the policy messages over there. Now what will happen is like, you have to give multiple messages over there. Okay, once you have given the multiple messages in different languages, you have to ask the SAP Ariba support team to enable the language field. So what they will do is like, they will enable another field over here. See, this particular Excel is coming over there. See, after justification option, there is no other field is coming. So once you ask this Ariba support team saying that I need to put my message in different translated language, they will give you a language key over there. Okay, so once they do it, this will be not available as a standard thing. You have to raise a service request, not ER but SR. Once you raise it, they will add one field, and not only that, they will make the system also, means like, from the service manager access, they will also enable the language key field in the policy part from their side. Why? Because now, if I say only that you need to add one field over here, most of the participant over here will add a language key and they will try to upload. It will give an error. Why? Because the structure where you're uploading the data in the Ariba guided buying section, that is not able to understand the language key field over there. So what
Okay.
Ariba support team will do is like, they will also enable this field from the Ariba guided buying team. Then what you will do, you will put EN for English, same language,
Okay.
same thing.
Okay.
Next thing is like, you are going to give the same thing over here. In this message, you are going to write the French message over there, and in the language key, you will put FR. Immediately, system will understand this is the French message. So generally the thing is like, we generally try to give the message in English everywhere. But if our clients say this is the requirement and this is a mandatory requirement which is needed, otherwise we cannot go ahead, then this particular option we have to do.
Okay. So from the previous from the translation link you had shown in the admin section, we translate the commodity codes.
Yeah,
We can, if the requirement is such, and for the messages, we will get a SR opened, get that key added, and then put the translated messages.
exactly. So that means what will happen, see, over here, these two things will be common over here, price limitation
Yeah.
and error.
Mm-hmm.
These things will be common over here, right? So it will not change. But the message here will be in French and the language key would be FR. The first one language key would be EN. That's it.
Okay, got it. Okay. And Manoj, last question.
Hmm.
I am kind of getting a stretch assignment in testing for Ariba.
Yeah.
So, so with the test user ID, will I be able to see the manage the configuration templates or not? Any?
Configuration templates means like, you're talking about the sourcing and contract template. This you're talking about.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, any config template or the
Yeah,
approval.
yeah. It is
I
available
will.
over there. I think it is available for all of your ID. You need to go to the manage section, then you click on the templates, then it will be visible over there. Yes, obviously you will not have the template manager role. Why? Because template manager role means you can delete any standard template also, that you won't be having. But yes, you can copy from the standard template and you can create your own custom templates.
Okay. So that I will have. I just
Yeah,
wanted to confirm. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
Everybody will
that's
be
all.
having that thing.
Okay. Yeah, that's all from my side, Manoj. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Diksha. Just a moment. Yeah, Amal, can you please go ahead with your query?
Yeah, hi, Manoj.
Yeah, hello, Amal.
Yeah, regarding this prices in guided buying,
Yeah,
I have a small query. So the supplier have to make their prices as valid, then only I can see those prices in the guided buying, or is there any
no. See, on this part, basically, prices means basically you're saying about the catalog's prices, right?
exactly?
Okay, so basically,
Is it
catalog
from our
prices.
contract?
Yeah, so with this catalog price, you don't have to update anything in the guided buying section. Where you have to do this particular thing in the catalog section itself. And remember, catalog section is same for guided buying as well as for classical UI as well. So you don't have to do it once again in the guided buying section. Why? Because in the catalog side only, supplier will be loading their price, you will be checking the price, and then the catalog subscription will get created.
So in the Ariba network, there is an option they can update their prices.
Exactly. So always remember both buyer and supplier can do, but that will be done in the general classical UI. In guided buying UI, you don't have to do it. Why? Because you will be directly be able to see the catalog within the guided
Okay.
buying UI.
Okay. So even those prices from my contracts within the one in the downstream, which will be also available in the
Yeah.
guided
So
buying.
basically, it will not be available within the shop by contract option, which we generally do in our normal, normal classical UI. What we have to do is
Yeah.
like we have to search for that particular item. Once we search that particular item, then against that item, you will see in the bottom that the contract ID is coming over there. So remember, in guided
Okay.
buying, you will not have a separate navigation path for finding the contract catalog item. You have to search
Okay.
the item, then only you will get it.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Mohammed. Yeah, just a moment, guys. Yeah, Tanmay, can you please go ahead with your query?
Hello, Manoj. Am I audible?
Yeah, Tanmay, you're audible.
Yeah. So, Manoj, my question was, say, for example, like first of all, my question was the same thing, which Diksha has
Yeah,
already cleared, like translation for a different message, which will immediately pop up once you have configured the policies.
yeah.
So, Manoj, in the operator field, like in the
Mhm,
expression,
mhm.
so there can be like, see, we are setting a condition like less than or equal to 1 million, right?
Yeah,
So that is the operator equals to less than or equal to.
yeah.
So can we can we give a lower limit also in the,
No,
say, for
no,
example?
no. Here you cannot use the between operator.
Yeah,
Basically,
yeah, yeah.
you're asking about the between operator. No, here
Yes,
you
yes,
cannot
between.
directly give the between operator over here.
Okay, okay, Manoj. So, and one more question, Manoj, like in the logical operator, so the
Yeah,
what two vertical lines, it means
only
this
two.
is the first, okay, this is the first condition. Is that so? Like, are we ranking the conditions here?
No, no, we are not ranking the condition. Actually, what we are doing
Okay,
is like we are saying which condition is optional, which condition is mandatory. So if I
oh,
say or over there, that means the first condition, if it is satisfied, well and good, done.
okay,
The price,
okay,
PR price limitation will be satisfied. But
okay,
if the first condition is not satisfied, then what will happen? Then the second and third, both of the condition has to be satisfied. That is why I have
okay.
added second and in the second line and or in the first line.
Oh, okay, 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 Manoj. Yeah, these were the only questions. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Saurav, yeah, I think your mic is not appearing over here. Can you try to unmute yourself? Yeah, yeah, Diksha. Meanwhile, you are having any query?
Yeah, but sorry, just one question.
Yeah,
Uh, the last condition is if it is less than equal to 1 million. So
yeah.
if the condition is true, the error will pop up or the PR will work smoothly.
No, if the condition is satisfied, then there is no issue. Why? Because the price of the PR should be less than equal to $1 million. So always remember, when the condition is satisfied, there will be no error. If the condition is not satisfied, then only there will be error.
Okay, because previously we have always said that if the condition is satisfied, the task will be triggered. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah,
yeah,
this actually works in a little bit reverse way. Why? Because
okay.
we cannot generally do it in the screen, so that is why this particular thing will work in a reverse way. So here always remember, if the condition is not getting satisfied, then only the error
The
message
error
will
will.
get generated.
Okay, yeah, thanks. That's all.
Yeah, welcome, Diksha. Just a moment. Yeah, Saurav, can you please go ahead with your query?
Hello, Manoj. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Saurav, we are able to hear you.
Yeah. So the first question here is regarding the policies that you were explaining, right? I think I just missed one thing. That when you
Yeah.
maintain these policies in the spend management, the guided Ariba buying, right? Those
Yeah.
policies you said that those policies won't be applicable in the classical UI, correct? So, but if you maintain the same policies in the classical UI, will they be available in spend management?
Now that's the thing over here is sort of you cannot maintain this policy in classical UI. Why? Because there is no configuration options which is available in the classical UI where you can upload this kind of validation, custom validation.
Okay, but I remember seeing some policies there. I don't know like which part to
No,
go
that
there, but
particular no. See, policies are different over there. See, over there, the policies you will be find where you will be finding in the approval workflow.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So in the approval workflow, the policy is quite different over there. What does it mean? It means like over there, if you want to form a group of users over there, and this group of user will get triggered on certain condition, this group of user won't get triggered in another condition. This is basically called as policies over there. Yes, you can write it over there, but
Okay.
that policy and this policy is totally different.
Okay. Sure. I got it. And second question here is it's more generic again, coming back to just from this topic. So the thing is, like, I have been asked for one of these questions where, like, partner profile, right? So we have this in Vendor Master, we maintain those partner profiles, correct? So now in Ariba also we have something called partition suppliers, right? So now question was like, basically how do you maintain an integration between the two? So will there be some kind of a job that runs, or basically when you maintain these partners, so it could be like billing for one. I mean, you have one common vendor, right? And below that we have one for billing, one how do you maintain that?
I will suggest this particular answer. If I try to give it over here, this will take a lot of time. Why? Because I have to give answer not only for ECC, I have to give answer for S4 HANA system. And once I give the answer, there will be another more questions which will be coming over there. Why? Because there are some limitation also over there. So always remember, partner profiles basically is what? Business partners, right? So always remember, whenever you're going to copy the supplier from Ariba to S4 HANA, only one business partner will get created. Now, this particular thing, many people don't know. What many Ariba consultant think is like, or your business partner will be copied from Ariba to S4 HANA. No, actually, it is not the case. When it will happen, only the default or basically the primary business person or contact person over there will be copied into your S4 HANA system, and that will be created as a BP, and one supplier will get created. So that is how the things will happen over there. But in ECC, it will be totally different. It can be done in ECC, but in a separate way. So that is why I said, send me this particular, what you can say, the question over here. I will give you the answer. And I think on that answer part, what I will do is like not only with you, I would like this answer to be shared with all of the consultant over there or all of the participant over there. Why? Because it will be helpful for all of them.
Okay. So do you want me to drop it here, or do you want me to send another separate email?
Yeah, send a mail with a little bit of detailed information over there, that what exactly is the scenario which they have given.
Sure, definitely. I can basically brief out all the details and I can share that. It will help. And also, Manoj, last week I sent one email, and I don't know if you have got it. Do you want me to specify some kind of a subject so that you can take a look at those email, or how is it?
No. You just send me this thing. Why? Because I will say, I will say one thing that, this current week I was also out of the town. Means like, I have to go to another project over there. They were having some escalation. I thought it was for only 2 days, but I came back on Friday evening only.
Okay. But yeah, so since I didn't get response, right, I thought like
Yeah.
probably you want us to basically have some specific subject line
No.
that
It's
we.
not. It's not like that at all. Whenever I will be present, I will be, giving back reply to all of your queries over there. But sometimes what will happen is like I have to travel outside. So when I'm traveling over there, so what will happen? I will sit in my desktop over there or laptop over there, and all the
Okay.
client will come and they will surround me. Now, if I
Okay.
try to open something on the Gmail part, they will be, hey, why you're doing your personal activity over here?
I see. I see. Okay. Yeah. And okay, I think these are three questions. But the next question that I have is basically,
Yeah.
basically next week, basically I'll be starting on this invoice, especially the invoicing side of the support, the entire P2P. So I
Yeah.
need basically, if you understand, I've been using the system and I'm trying to test few use cases, right, for invoicing. And there are some complexities that came across where, when the IRs are created and it is routed to approvals, correct? And if I want to basically log in as a super admin guy and try to see what we can do basically for exception cases and all, right? I don't have that user ID and password name. All I can do is with the John do, which I can test it. But if it is approval is for John Halas, right? Jean Halas or John Halas. So if
Yeah.
I want to log in and see how does the system basically, how does the system looks like, and there are some certain tabs which are only visible for that particular group, and I want to test that basically. What would you suggest? Like, how should I go with? Because I have
Okay,
some
so
time this
basically,
week.
I will suggest to you that this particular use case which you're having, some 2-3 use cases you're already having, list me those use cases also. So why I am saying this, because the main super admin role which G Halas is having, we cannot provide to any of our participants. Why? Because I am also not having that. That is with my delivery manager over here. So what will
Okay.
I do is like I will tell them that this particular invoice exception processor role I will need over there. Okay, that can be, if it can be provided in that particular user ID which all of you are using over there, then what will happen? Different users you are using over there. Some group will be getting one user, some group will be getting another user over there. So if that particular role is being added, so you'd be able to do those kinds of activity. But before that, send me those particular use cases which you're doing. Why? Because I have to be exactly sure. Why? Because I cannot say add all the invoice role over there. Why? Because there are a lot of invoice role over there, somewhere around 15 to 20. So if I say this to my delivery manager, they will say like, what do you want to do exactly, you tell me.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
that is
Yeah,
why
I think I
cases over
I will
there.
consolidate those. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys, please.
consolidate those use case and send it to me. Then I will be knowing
Okay.
exactly which role it has to be given. Now, if you want to remove the exception thing, it will be invoice exception processor role. Now, if you want to do the approval role, now that will be different, like invoice approver or invoice manager, it will be there. So which one you want exactly, you send me those use cases and I will be able to know exactly what role is required.
Yeah, definitely. Sure. Anush, I will do that. Okay. And then,
Yeah.
like, because I'm going through one of the Ariba document that I basically went from Ariba. I'm just going to do one after the other. But I will, by end of the day tomorrow, I will have those questions, all those consolidated questions, basically consolidate and send it across to you. Okay.
Yeah, definitely, Saurav.
Yeah. Thanks, Manoj. I think those are the questions. Thank you.
Welcome, Saurav. So, guys, let's do one thing. Since most of your, I think there is one query, it is pending. Just a moment. Yeah. Venkatesh, you're having any query?
Manoj, can you hear me?
Yeah, Venkatesh.
Manoj, when you are explaining about this expression in these policies, that that time due to some network error, I missed this one. It's operator and logical operator, that part. How you are putting these conditions? Can you brief me once again?
You're talking about this particular conditions, right?
Yes,
Left hand
yes,
side.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
So
Left
from where
hand
we were
side.
able to get this field name, right?
No, full this expression part.
Okay, so first of all, as I said, in the left hand side type, what you will do, you will put the field over here. That means you're letting Ariba system know that you're having field on one hand side. Okay, that is the left hand side. And on the right hand side, it should always be value, right? Why? Because we will be comparing the value against the field. But there is no term called as value over here. It is called as constant over here. So we will always put right hand side type as constant over here. Now on the left hand side, what you need to do is like, you need to put up the technical name of your fields. Now, where
Okay,
you will
got it.
find this particular technical name of the fields, go to approval processes, click on the requisition over there. In the requisition approval flow, go to any condition, click on field match, and once you click on the field match, you will get all the technical name of the fields of the PR. From there, you copy it and paste it over here, whatever condition you need. Once you have done
Okay.
this particular thing, what you will do, next thing would be like you have to give the value name. Means like basically the value for the fields for which you are doing the checking. The first one is gift, second one is US001, and the third one is less than equal to 1 million. Okay,
Okay.
these three condition you are putting in your policy. Now, operator, I think most of you can understand that equal to means equal to, less than equal to means less than equal to. So this particular thing is based on the SQL, what you can say, SQL object notation over there. Okay, but what is the meaning of logical operator? If you want to use multiple conditions over there, you need to use the concept of logical operator. Why? Because he will say some of the options, some of the conditions are optional over here, some of them are mandatory. So basically, if you want to use sub condition in condition, okay,
Okay.
that particular thing, if you want to use it over here, since we don't have sub condition, we have to use the logical operator. Now, what my requirement is, if the first condition is satisfied, then don't proceed ahead. But if my first condition is not satisfied, then second condition and third condition has to be mandatorily satisfied. So that is why I have put over there the first condition, and after that I have put over here or. So when you are seeing two parallel bar in logical operator, that means or. Okay, so that means if the first condition is satisfied, no issues, condition is satisfied for this whole policy. But if it is not satisfied, then what will happen? Both of these condition has to be mandatorily satisfied,
Okay.
then only the policy will be satisfied over here. So that is the meaning of logical operator over here.
Below that one, another and is there, no? That what is that meant for?
This one, right,
Yeah.
you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so as I said, what does this particular thing means? That both the second condition and third condition is mandatory. That means over here is not satisfied, then the second condition as well as the third condition. Why? Because we have given and over here, third condition has to be satisfied. But if I have given over here the same thing as the first one, what would it mean? It means that either of these three condition, if it is satisfied, that means the policy is totally satisfied.
Okay. Okay. Got it, Manoj. Thanks.
Yeah. Any other queries, Venkatesh?
In languages, the messages you have told, no? We can
Yeah.
give both French, we can give more than one language, right? That's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
message.
yeah. Definitely you can do that, but for that you need to create an SR. You can give all the languages. See, Ariba right now support I think more than 110 languages. So yes, if you are going to do implementation of 110 countries and they want a language translation, you can select 110 languages over there, which is supported by SAP Ariba for the same policy also.
If my implementation is for like 3-4 countries, then my requirement is that for like say for China, it needs to show only two languages, English and China. For
Huh.
other countries, again, it is similar like that. So in that
No,
case,
no. In that case, see, in that case, what you need to do is like here you won't do the configuration. Where you will do the configuration, you will do the configuration at the now within the buyer level. If the ship to address is in China, then you will be only putting English or Chinese over there as the preferred language. So that as a administrator you will control in the mass data load when you're loading or basically creating this buyer. But here you cannot do that particular kind of configuration. Here only you can mention the translation and whichever uh, language is supported, you are going to put it. But the filtering will happen at the buyer language preference side.
so we need to give all the languages, then we need to filter at buyer level.
Yeah, so when basically you're creating the buyer, at that point of time you have to filter and give the languages over there as the preference of the buyer.
Okay, okay, perfect. Thanks, Manoj.
Yeah, welcome, Venkatesh. So guys, I think there is no other query over here. So let us do one thing. Let us take a 10 minutes break over here. After the break, when we will come back, we will be seeing the mass data load for supplier and tax configuration. So remember, this will be a little bit continuous session. Why? Because we are going to see both the things first, then we are going to have another question answer session. Okay. So today's session is going to be a little bit stretched over here, guys. So be ready. Okay, so let us take that break over here, and after that we will be seeing how to do the SLP mass data load and the tax configuration. Okay, so let's take that break, guys, over here. Yeah, thanks all of you. So guys, am I audible to all of you? Yeah, thanks guys for the information. Okay, give me a moment over here. Let me just unshare my screen first. Okay. Just taking a moment over here, guys. Where is the okay. Okay. So guys, I think you are able to see my screen over here, right? The notepad, you're able to see it, right? Yeah, thanks for the confirmation, guys. So today we are going to see the SLP mass data load. Now, before I go and show you what is the meaning of SLP mass data load, we need to understand that when you will do this thing. So always remember, this is a manual activity. Manual activity is not one by one supplier replication. You are going to do this thing through the help of CSV file. So that activity is generally called as manual in Ariba. Okay, first thing. Second thing, this is only a one-time activity. Now most people, most Ariba consultant think that this is actually a, it's like, after every quarter you are going to do this particular activity. Actually, it is wrong, guys. It will never happen like this. It will only a one-time activity. That's the first thing. What's the second thing over here? The second thing over here is when you are going to do this activity. You are going to do this activity in data cutover periods. That means just before the go live, you will have the data cutover timelines. At that point of time, you are going to do it. Okay. Next, what we are doing over here mainly what we're doing over here is like, guys, your client will have ECC or S4 HANA system, right? Once the ECC S4 HANA system, within that system, you will be having pre-existing suppliers. Those supplier needs to be replicated into SAP Ariba, right? You cannot ask your client, excuse me, to do a manual activity over here by saying, hey, these are 2000 supplier or maybe 1000 supplier. You do the supplier request, supplier registration, then supplier qualification for them. It is not feasible. So what we have to do, we have to replicate this supply as a part of SLP mass data load. So this is only a one-time activity. This you need to do it. Okay. Now, before coming into the SLP section, you should keep in mind, you should download all this data from where? From your vendor master in your ERP or in ECC. Once all the data is coming to you in either in Excel or in some other format, then only you should come over here. You should not come here without any data. That's the first thing. Okay. Next thing, you need to have two super administration role over here. Sorry. And what are those roles? SM ERP administrator and SM Ops administrator over here. You are going to have both of these two roles. If you're not having these two roles, you cannot do anything. So once you're having these particular roles, what is the navigation path which you're going to do? Exactly correct. You will be downloading this data from basically from the database table, right? So you will be downloading the data from the supplier in ECC or from S4HANA in the table format only. Now, once this particular data you are having with yourself and you're having both of these two roles, SM ERP administrator, SM Ops administrator, you will click on manage. Once you click on manage, there will be a thing called as SM admin. Click on this SM admin. Remember, both of these two roles are mandatory. If you don't have that role, you won't be seeing this particular screen at all. And that both of these two roles is super admin over here. So keep this thing in mind. Yeah. So guys, no need to repeat the roles. SM ERP administrator and SM Ops administrator. You will be getting this notepad within your Google Drive over there. You don't need to think about it. You will be getting this thing. Okay. So what is the first activity which you have to do over here? The first activity which you have to do over here is come to the data import or export over here and you click on suppliers. I'm going to do the export over here first. And then I'm going to open this particular CSV file. Let me just increase the font size over here. Okay. This is basically the supplier.csv file. Now, most of the participant, they think when they will also go into the system, they will also get data like this. Wrong. You will get zero data over here. Why? Because it's an empty system, right? You won't be having any data. So this particular thing will be empty. Then your next query will be, Manoj, then why you're not showing me the empty thing? Because I need to tell you about some other logics too. It's not as simple as copying from the database table dump which you have taken from ECC or S4HANA system and just pasting it over here. There are some other logic, other fields which are Ariba specific field which you have to give the value. If you don't give the value, then what will happen? There will be a lot of issue over here. So first of all, whichever is the non-mandatory fields, okay, I am going to hide it for the time being right now. Okay, so these are basically the mandatory parameter. So remember, name one means supplier name, one supplier name, line one means supplier address, postal code will be there, country code will be there. All of this particular information which you're seeing over here, from where it will be copied? It will be copied from your ECC. So at least remember, at least these 4 details should be brought from ECC or from S4HANA system for each of the supplier. If you don't have this particular 4 information, you cannot create the supplier over here. Okay. Now, once this 4 data you're capturing from your ECC or S4HANA site, you will be asking Manoj, what about these 3 and this data? Why you have not told anything about this thing? Because these are Ariba specific data. This you will not get from ECC. Okay, so let us discuss about each of these fields. So the first field which is most important is the source system. So always remember, in source system there will be okay, which one is a source system? Now source system will have only two values. One is SM, another one is SAP over here. SM means what? Supply management. That means whenever you are giving the source system as SM, that means you are essentially telling to SAP Ariba that this supplier has been created in SAP Ariba. That means through SLP. But whenever you are entering the source system as SAP, you are telling to Ariba that means this supplier has been either created in ECC or in S4 HANA system. Okay. So always remember about this particular thing. So it can be SM or SAP. So which field you will use over here during your data cutover activities? What you will use in the source system, guys? Correct. SAP only, not SM. Okay. So that is why I am saying it's very important. Whatever value you are putting over here, be very careful. So first time when you're loading this data in through the mass data loads, this will always be SAP. None of this thing will be SM. Next thing is ERP vendor ID. Now I think most of you will understand that ERP vendor ID, whenever the source system is SAP, it will be coming from ECC. Basically in ECC, what is the vendor ID? You are just going to copy and paste it. Now, then why I have told over here that why I'm telling that this is not a only ECC specific value, because if you will see over here, other than the source system as SAP, SM is also present over there. It is still having some value in ERP vendor ID. If you see wherever the supplier is having the source system as SM, you can see 3 alphabet first, that is VDR, then some 6-digit number. So always remember, whenever a source system is coming as SM, that means in SLP only the supplier has been created, and that particular supplier will always have a VDR, some 6 number digit will be present within his ERP vendor ID. That means it will say over there that it is not having a 110068 something like this. Why? Because this ERP vendor ID is generated from Ariba side, not from ECC side. So that is why I said ERP vendor ID is not fully a ECC field. So it will depend on the source system. If it is SM, then VDR some 6-digit number will be there. Generally, the number range will start with VDR 1 5 times 0. From there, it will start. Okay, keep this thing in your mind. Now, when the source system will be SAP, at that point of time, you cannot use the VDR thing. There you have to give the exact vendor ID from your ECC or S4HANA system. So in our case, what we will give over here, guys, in this mass data load which we are doing, correct, guys. The ECC vendor ID only, not the VDR. Okay. Now next thing which you are seeing over here is SM vendor ID. Okay. What do you mean by a SM vendor ID? This is actually a ID which is required at least in SLP. So what you will do in this case, since all of your supplier will be created in SAP, what you will do over here in SM vendor ID? You have to give the ID over here. So next query is, Manoj, what is the number range for it? If you see the number range over here, it is beginning with the S, then 7 character is coming, or basically 7 numbers is coming. Okay, so always remember it will begin with S1 6 times 0. That is the starting number range. Okay, so the first supplier will have the SM number, SM vendor ID as S1 6 times 0. Second one will have S1 5 times 0 1. Third one will have S1 5 times 0 2. Like this, you have to increase the SM vendor ID. And remember, this has to be unique. Be very careful. ERP vendor ID and SM vendor ID, this will be unique, irrespective of whether the source system is SM or SAP. Why? Because I have seen many Ariba consultant trying to add multiple entries for the same vendor ID or for the same SM vendor ID over there, and they are getting error message. Why? Because in this particular supply.csv, ERP vendor ID and SM vendor ID both needs to be unique, irrespective of the source system. Okay. So once you've given this field, next thing you will be asking me is, Manoj, what is active? That's a very good query. What is active? So basically, remember, I think all of you are coming from ECC background. So I think you will know what is a thing called as block, supplier block, right? Similarly, over here in SLP, there is no other option to block the supplier, or basically logically delete the supplier. So where you can do it over here. So whenever you're copying any supplier, ask your client which supply data you want me to move. Then there will be two requirements. The first requirement is supply, client is going to say only take active supplier or unblock supplier. Okay, that means block supplier you're not going to copy over here. Well and good. So here active will be true in all the supplier case, but next requirement is a little bit complex. Your client will say copy all the supplier over there, even the block supplier too, but make sure those block suppliers should be coming as blocked in SAP Ariba. So in that scenario, what you will do, whenever the supplier is active, you will put the active column as true. Whenever the supply is blocked, what you will do, you will put active is equal to false, FLAC, just over here. Then what will happen if you put active is equal to false? Their profile will not get created. You won't, those supplier won't be visible in SLP supply management tab, but it will be present within your database. Why? Because after some time, you might unblock them. Once you unblock them, then what will happen? Their active field over here, or the active flag over here against their ID will be made as true. Then it will be automatically available. So always remember about the requirement. What is the requirement? Based on that, the active flag over here will be set up. Okay. Now, one thing, guys. So once you've done this particular thing, you will go where? Into this screen, choose the file, and here upload will come. You will do the uploading. Very good. Now, once you have done this particular thing, what will happen? See, if you recall, after doing the sourcing request process in SLP, what will happen? The supplier 360-degree profile will get created. So after you have done this whole uploading part, what will happen? If you go into SLP supply management tab and see what will happen over there, would I be able to see all their profile, supplier 360-degree profile in the SLP? What do you think, guys, over here? Now let me rephrase the question. Now, wherever the supplier is active is equal to true, for them when you have loaded the data, shall their profile, supplier 360-degree profile will be viewable in SLP, in supply management? Actually, the answer is no, guys. Even for active is equal to true. Why? If you remember our supply request form, there were some mandatory data, right? have a look at the data which is present in front of your screen right now. Is some mandatory data missing? Mandatory data, I'm not saying about optional. Some mandatory field is missing from here, which was captured in where? In your supply request form. Correct, correct, correct. So always remember one thing. It is coming from where? It is coming from the email ID. Email ID is not present. That's very good. But that is one part of the answer. There are other parts of the answer too. What other thing? Contact person name, right? Even though the supply name was present in the supply request form, there was also the first name and last name of the contact person. That is also not present over here. So until and unless you create the contact person name, give the contact person name as well as the email ID, you cannot create the supplier profile. So always remember, after this particular data flow, data load, nothing will happen in supply management in SLP part. Okay, so always keep this thing in mind. So most of the Ariba consultant will do this particular stuff. Once it is done, they will go to SLP and they will not find any profile. They will say, hey, I have done something wrong. Actually, they have not done something wrong. It is proceeding successfully over there. But you have to perform the next set of activity. What is the next set of activity? Same data import export, file type, click on this drop down box and click on supplier contacts. Supplier contacts you have to select. Then once again, click on export. Open this CSV file. Now, let me just, increase the font size. And what I will do is like, I will remove the non-mandatory fields which is required over here. Okay. So I think guys, this is totally, visible for all of you over here, right? Yeah. Thanks for the confirmation, guys. Now, what you will see is like, see over here, the ERP vendor ID, the supplier name, and the source system. It is coming from where? It is coming from the first CSV file. The ERP vendor, source name, source system, name one. Name one means supplier name over here. ERP vendor ID is coming into ERP vendor ID. Then the source system is coming from the source system. So generally what will happen over here? Most of the Ariba consultant will copy from that particular CSV file and they will paste it over here. Done. What next they are going to do? They are going to give the contact person first name, last name over here, middle name also, let me hide it. Email ID they will give. Done. Done. Very easy, right? No, it is wrong, guys. What is the meaning of this is primary then? And next query which you should ask me is, Manoj, see, same supply is having duplicate entries over here. See, the ERP vendor ID same, supply name is also same. Why is it so? Correct. Multiple contact person. So SLP can support multiple contact person. Why? Because if you are integrating S4 HANA with SLP, there what will happen? Multiple business, business contact person over there will be created, right? in S4HANA also. Same thing is coming over here saying as contact person. Okay. So the concept of BP is equal to same as contact person over here in SAP SLP. Sorry, Ariba SLP over here. So how you will do this thing? So here remember ERP vendor ID, supplier name, okay, source system. These three fields which is present over here, this can be duplicate. Okay, so that is why in the first CSV file when I was explaining to all of you, I was saying that is unique over there, but here it is not unique. So which one is unique? These three fields: first name, last name, and email ID. This has to be unique. Now let's say one supplier is having 3 contact person. What will happen? That particular supplier will have 3 entries, and the ERP vendor ID, supplier name, and source system will be same for the 3 supplier, and then 3 email, 3 different email, 3 different contact person. Very good. Now the next thing is like, what do you mean by active over here, guys? Is the active copied from the first CSV file? What do you think, guys? No, guys, it is wrong. Active is not copied from the first CSV file. That particular active means whether the supply is active or not. This particular active means this contact person is active or not. You can have 10 contact person. Now out of the 10 contact person, 2 contact person has left your organization. What you're going to do? You're going to deactivate them, right? So here if you put false, in which data row you're putting false, that contact person will get deactivated, nothing else. So that is the meaning of active over here. Okay. The next thing is primary. What do you mean by is primary over here? Now remember, Ariba will always say to you that what you can say, the contact person, you can have multiple contact person, but remember out of all the contact person, only the one contact person can be primary. All of the other contact person has to be secondary. Okay, so always remember, for a single supplier, one contact person can be is primary is equal to true. All the other contact person should be false. If you give multiple times true, SAP Ariba will give an error whenever you are loading their particular file. Okay, so keep this thing in your mind. So once you fill up this particular CSV file, you go to the SLP side over here, choose the file and upload it over here. Then what will happen? Then the supplier 360-degree profile will get created. Only supplier 360-degree profile. Now what is the next process? Registration, right? But we have seen registration one by one. How we can do mass registration? Mass registration can be done over here. So please pay close attention over here, guys. There's a thing called as mass invite. Click on this mass invite. New wave is there. You will give, something like first wave, and you will give 2 weeks from right now. So 28 till 4th till 11th. 11th August 2019, 11:59 p.m. And there is one CSV file. Now, let me just increase the font. There is only one mandatory field over here. This is optional field. This is never used. By default, this should be supplier. The first field is generally used. What is the first field, guys? ERP vendor ID. So now you tell me, all of you guys, take a guess from where I will copy this ERP vendor ID. From the first CSV file or from the second CSV file? Correct. Correct, guys. First CSV file. Why? Because in the first CSV file, ERP vendor ID is unique. In the second CSV file, ERP vendor ID is duplicate. Why? Because if they are having multiple contact person, ERP vendor ID will be repeated. So always remember, in this step, copy this contact person, ERP vendor ID from your first file. What's the name of the first file? Suppliers.csv over here. From here, you copy this field over here like this. Copy and just paste it. Okay, just paste it over here. Once you have pasted this over here, save this data, and what you will do next? You will upload this file over here. Once you upload this file over here, then a submit button will come. Click on the submit button. Once you click on submit, what will happen? Now most people think, or most consultant think, that on 11th August 2019 this mass invitation will get triggered. It is totally wrong, guys. What will happen when I will click on submit? After that, Ariba will find out all this ERP vendor ID. From the ERP vendor ID, it will pick up all their email ID. Within the email ID, it will store it in one temporary place. Then it will trigger email to all these all these suppliers saying your registration has been started over here. Please log in into Ariba network to create your ID. Okay, please sign up if you don't have a ID. If you're having an ID, then click on login. Okay, that particular mail will happen in the background when you click on the submit. Immediately it cannot happen. Why? Because you will be loading 1000 supplier, 2000 supplier. That will take half an hour, 45 minutes. Why? Because all this processing has to be done in the background. So once it has been done, immediately, that means after 30 or 45 minutes, all this mail will get triggered to the supplier. Then why? You will be asking me, Manoj, why you have given the end date at 11th August? That means almost like 2 weeks from now. Why? That's a very good query. So for answering that thing, we have to go to the track history part. And this is the main benefit of using SLP mass data load over the normal supplier master data integration. Yeah, excuse me, guys. Yeah, so this is the importance over here, guys. What is the importance? You can see that on each wave, how many supplier has been invited and how many supplier has registered. Registered means what? That means they have completed their creation of the profile in Ariba network. That means Ariba system over here is able to validate which supplier has created their Ariba network ID over here. So let's say you have sent registration mail to 1000 supplier and you will give 2 weeks. So within 2 weeks, you will see the result over here that 980 supplier has already registered over there. 20 supplier has not registered. So then what he will do? For those 20 supplier, he will send once again, send them an email over there, setting a reminder that boss, we have sent this thing. We have given you 2 weeks. Okay, please register. Else if you don't do it, what will happen? We will not entertain you and we will not trigger another wave. One warning you will send and they will also register. And once the registration process is completed, their Ariba network ID will be also synced over here in Ariba SLP. That is the advantage. Now, if you ask anybody who is not having SLP, how the supplier master data, how the supplier will be integrated back over here through the master data integration. So in the master data integration, what will happen? Same process will happen till registration. But after the registration, nobody knows. What do you mean by that? Nobody knows. That means Ariba does not know whether the supplier has created their ANID or not. Why? Because that syncing of data is not present. So in SLP, all of us can see the data. Why? Because the data is synced back over here. So that is why always remember, whenever you're using SLP, always use this SLP mass data loads to do your initial mass data loads for supplier. Never use the master data integration for supplier. Okay. So once this particular option is done, then for all the suppliers, you will go and check in their profile. It will be showing as registered. Okay. Now tell me one more query over here, guys. Where is the question here? Any guess? Where is the question here? No, actually, guys, no, it is not over here. I'm not saying over here. What I'm saying is like, if you do this mass data loads over there, when this supplier will be creating their Ariba network profile over there, they will not get a question here. That means once they create their profile or they log in into their profile in Ariba network, done. So my query about asking this particular question is, why questionnaire is not used in this particular process? Adiksha has given the correct answer. They are already existing supplier in ECC. That means you are trusting them. Yeah, correct, Ramaro. You have also given the correct answer. That means they're existing supplier. Yeah, correct, guys. A lot of guys have given correct answer over here. So basically, that means what? They're existing in ECC. You are trusting them. They're not new. You don't need to capture more information for them to ascertain whether they're eligible to do business with you. Why? Because they are already doing business with you. So that is why always remember, the questionnaire part will never come in this particular scenario. And why I'm touching base on this thing? Because your client will ask this query. Your interviewer will ask this query. And through this part, they will immediately know whether you have done this SLP mass data loads or not. If you have not done, here you will say questionnaire is generally there. You have to fill up the questionnaire. Immediately they will know that yes, you have worked on the process, but this SLP mass data loads you haven't worked. Okay, so keep this thing in your mind. Now, once you have done the registration, what next you have to do? Are you going to wait for selection of the supplier in your sourcing project and then you're going to do qualification, or you are going to do full-fledged qualification right now only after this process? Okay. Now, yes, correctly, all of you, most of you have given the correct answer. That means right now only you're going to make them qualified. That means after doing the registration process only, you're going to make them full-fledged qualified supplier. Why? Now here, guys, please don't give me the answer that the supplier is existing in ECC. Why? Because that is for the old question. This question, you have to give another answer. What can be the answer? I think the answer lies not in only ECC, but the architecture of ECC over there is based on that. Now, remember over here, guys, in Ariba, you are having upstream plus downstream. Qualified supplier means what? They are full-fledged supplier. That means what? They are right now present as upstream supplier as well as downstream supplier. In ECC, is there upstream of ECC, downstream of ECC? Do you have to create upstream supplier, downstream supplier in ECC? No, right? When you will create a supplier, that particular supplier can be used in the sourcing project, in a contract, or in a P2P process also, without any what? Without any hesitation. So that is why whenever you will be copying the ECC supplier and you will be qualifying them over here, you will be doing it immediately. Why? Because by default, whenever you're copying from ECC, by default, it is not only for upstream, it is also for downstream as well. So you will never wait for this particular supplier to get a sourcing project to do their qualification. You will immediately do their qualification. Why? Because there is no upstream and downstream part in ECC. Always keep this thing in mind. So where we will do the qualification? Once again, we will go to data import export. Click on this drop down, and then there is supplier qualification data. Click on the export. Open the supplier qualification data, this CSV file. Let me just increase the fonts. Okay. Let me remove these particular things which are not mandatory, and let me keep only the mandatory things over here. So you can see source system and vendor ID over here, as well as the name one. That means the supplier name. It is coming from where? From the first CSV file, that is suppliers.export.csv. Not from the second file, not from the third file, but from the first file. Okay, you can see it over here. Okay, source system and name. These three things are coming where? Over here it is coming. Okay, next you can see category and region. Category and region is mandatory. So whenever you are making a supplier qualified, you have to give the category and region over there. Now your next query should be, Manoj, if you are having multiple category, multiple region, what I will do, I will add multiple entries. Wrong, guys. You will not do it like that. So in that scenario, how you will do it? You will do it like this. Like this. Sorry. Like this, you are going to do it. Similarly, apart from EMEA, you can give it like this. That means what? Multiple category, multiple region. Like this, you can give multiple category, multiple region. And remember, at least one category and region you have to give for the qualification of the supplier. And status should always be qualified. Don't give pending qualification, approval, and all those stuff. Only give qualified. Once you give qualified and upload this particular CSV file, then your status of the suppliers will be automatically changed to qualified. Okay, now once it is qualified, after half an hour or 45 minutes, they will be created as a downstream supplier automatically. Okay, so this is how in your data cutover period you are going to replicate the ECC or S/4HANA supplier into your SLP supplier. Okay, and remember guys, this is 100%. This you're going to do it 100%. Why? Because if you don't do this thing, and if you're taking SLP over there, basically you are wasting SLP over there. And this will also be noted as an audit issue when SAP Ariba will audit it over there. So in any project, when you are having SLP, this is a mandatory thing which you have to do it. You cannot say no. Okay, so this is how you can configure this thing. And just give me 2 minutes. Just give me 2 minutes over here, guys. what I will be doing is like, I'm just getting a call. Give me 2 minutes. After I come back over there, I will be showing you how to configure the tags. Then we can have a question answer session over here, guys. Yeah, just give me 2-3 minutes over here. Thank you, guys. Yeah, guys, hello. Am I audible to all of you? Yeah, thanks for the confirmation, guys. Now remember, this particular thing which I am showing, this is the basic things which I'm showing. I'm not going to touch on each and every part of the data loads today. Why? Because next Saturday we are going to see in detail the data loads. But I'm just going to tell you about the configuration over here. First thing first, you need to have the super admin role, integration manager role over there. Then only you would be able to see this site manager option over here. See site managers. Then you will click on data import export. Okay. Now within this export section, what you will do, there's a thing called as tax lookup. So you click on tax and you can see the export tax lookup, it is coming over here. So this we will export over here, this particular file. Click on OK. Click on this particular CSV file. So what I will do, I will increase it fonts. Okay. Yeah, now I think it is visible to all of you, right guys? It is visible to all of you over here. Yeah, thanks for the confirmation, guys. Now, first of all, remember, you can only do the configuration once the all of your master data load, or basically the master data integration, apart from supplier, apart from supplier. Why? Because supplier will happen through the SLP master data load, has been done. That means master data integration, the initial master data integration has run over there. Then only you can come over here and do the configuration. Else, if you come in between, what will happen? There will be issue. Why? Because the tax code, tax type, all this particular information, this information will not come. And if this information don't come over there, similarly, country, state, if these things are not present within the system from the ECC side, what will happen? You will put this data and you will try to upload this thing, it will throw up an error. So always remember, first do the SLP master load, then you do the master data integration. After the master data integration has run, that means initial master data integration, then only you can configure this thing. I'm not talking about incremental. Now once it has been done, then what is the thing over here generally which you have to do? So basically, first thing which you have to do over here is you will see 4 things which is important over here. Okay, let me remove this thing which is coming. But why it is coming like this? Just a moment. Okay, okay, let me move this thing over here. Okay, so first thing first which you can see is shift to country and shift from country. Okay, so first of all, what you will do, you will give some country over there shift to country and some country as shift from country. So then what will happen, you will immediately know that this particular product or the item will be going from one country to another country. What is the to country, what is the from country is the first important thing which you have to give. Next thing what you have to give, you have to give the ship to state and ship from state. Why it is important? Whenever there is a tax like kind of thing GST, where if the country is same, then it will be depending upon your state. In that case, you also have to give the state also. So wherever you're going to do the implementation, you have to know the geography first thing. Second thing, once you know the geography, then you have to know about the tax structure. If it is a country specific tax structure, then shift from country and shift to country is more than enough. But if it is state specific tax structure, so in that case, not only the country, you are also going to give the shift to state and shift from state over here also. Now I think most of you would be able to say, okay, we will give different combination based upon that different tax code will be getting selected. But if I'm giving country over here, ship to country and ship from country, ship to state, ship from state, against which data Ariba will check these things in the PR or PO level? Any guess, guys? How Ariba will determine that the ship to country is France and ship from country is India? Through which data it can verify? No, I'm not talking about PO, guys. This will get calculated in your PR only at first. Okay, so always remember it will be there present within your PR. What data in PR will validate this data? Obviously, it is buyer specific addresses and supplier specific addresses. But what is that particular address name? The shipping address of the buyer. So whenever your user ID will be created as a buyer ID in Ariba, it will have one shipping address. Multiple shipping address can be added, but by default, one will be default. It will be coming. So if you're having multiple shipping address, you can select any one of the shipping address. So that is called as the shipping address. Against which value it will be checked? Against this particular value. Ship from, ship to state, ship to country. This will be used for your shipping address of the buyer. So in that shipping address, what is the state that will be compared against the ship to state? What is the country that will be compared against ship to country? Now, what's the address name for the supplier? Supplier will also have address. So what is that particular technical term which is used for supplier over here for their address? It is called as supplier location. So supplier will say that my headquarters is located in Germany. I'm also having my warehouse over there in Germany, and state is, let's say, Berlin. So against which fields that supply location address will be checked? That is from ship from country as well as ship from state. So now I think all of you are understanding how this particular data which we are inputting over here in this CSV file, it will be validated in the PR level, at the PR level. Now it is very easy over here. Now you will be saying, see, tax code, we will be giving something over there. Okay, this data has already came from your ECC. Okay, what is the tax rate over there? That particular rate will come automatically. But there is two things which is very, very important. One is rank, another is accrual. What is that particular thing? What is the meaning of first rank? Let us understand the meaning of rank. Now let's say I have given the rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now think of all this particular data only. Which tax code will come automatically, guys? If we have selected automatic tax calculation by default, which one will come? Number 1 rank, correct. then why I have given number 2, number 3, number 4 till number 11? It's a wastage, right? Why? Because always number 1 rank will get selected. Number 2 onwards, it will, you cannot use. It's a wastage of time. So always remember this thing, guys. Now here you have to understand the buyer concept from the perspective of non-admin buyer and admin buyer. Non-admin buyer in this case will always get tax code as the rank 1. They cannot change it to rank 2, rank 3, rank 4. Who can change this thing? The administrative user who is having the role purchasing administrator. For that particular purchasing administrator, they will not get all the other tax code. They will get this 11 tax code. By default, for them also one will come, but they can choose among any other things. But remember, from this 11 tax code only, there can be 100 tax code present within your system. But even your purchasing administrator, you're restricting them, saying only out of this 11 tax code you can select. For non-admin user, you cannot select at all. For admin user, you can choose from among this 11 value only. That is the meaning of automated tax calculation. Okay, this is the standard things which we do over there. Now let's say your client is saying, hey Manoj, like, this does not sounds good. Why? Because I also need to give at least some option to my non-admin users, right? How to do it? Now most of Ariba consultant, if you ask this query, they will say, hey, raise an ER, raise an enhancement request. You don't need to raise an enhancement request for this thing, guys. What you need to do? Like this. Sorry, actually I'm wrong. It should not be like this. So here, what will happen is like for the admin user, they can choose anyone. But for the non-admin user, Ariba will give them option to choose among any one of them out of this 4 tax code. Why? Any guess, guys? Why for non-admin user, Ariba will give them the option to choose from among this particular tax code? Because of the same rank. But remember, only rank 1 is supported. That means next in the next data line, if you give 3 tax code as rank 2, that does not mean Ariba will give again another 3 tax code over there to the non-admin user to select among them. Only multiple rank 1 are given as options for non-admin user. Remember this thing. Rank 2, rank 3, rank 4, even if you duplicate this rank, nothing will happen. Only if you are duplicating rank 1, then only this will be coming as option for non-admin user. Okay, so that is the concept of rank. Okay, so once you have done this information, what next is there? Accrual is there. What do you mean by accrual over here, guys? Any example? Any example? You know, let's not use functional or technical terms over there. Any example? Which type of tax are generally accrual tax? Any guess? How about GST? What do you think, guys? GST is a accrual tax? Forget about foreign tax. Let's talk about Indian tax. What is a GST tax? GST tax is a accrual tax or not? Why? Because there are different component to GST. Now let's say if you are doing your business within your same state, then it is not a accrual tax. But if you're doing a business out of your state, that means let's say I'm in Delhi and here I am producing a good and I'm selling it to Mumbai in Mumbai, then it will be an accrual tax. Why? Because the tax component over there are 2 tax component, but those tax component will be added over there. That is basically is accrual tax, right? It will get added over there. So always remember, if GST kind of implementation, if you're doing over here, country does not matter. It has to be India by default. State this particular thing and this particular thing will matter. And wherever you are selecting the GST tax code over there, if the state is same, you will make is accrual no. If the state is different, you have to make is accrual. And over there, what you have to do? You have to give the same rank for the SGST and IGST. Not 1, but 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, like this. Generally, there are only 2 tax component. So you will give just 2, 2, 3, 3, not 1, 1. Why? Because in that case, then the end user will select only one of them. Okay. So like this, you have to give the tax code over there. And accrual when you will use whenever the state is different. Okay. So is it clear, guys? When you will use is accrual and when you will not use is accrual? Yeah. So this is how you can automate this tax. And always remember this thing, guys. This is one of the most important thing. If you are doing the P2P configuration and if you fail to do this thing, what will happen is like still you can do this, but there normal user will have a number of what you can say freedom. Wherever GST is applicable, they will put VAT. Wherever VAT is applicable, they will select GST. So lot of issue generally happens. So most of your client will say, I want to do automation. So this particular thing you have to do it over here, irrespective of any implementation. You have to do this thing. So keep this thing in mind. Okay. So guys, if you're having query, please raise your hand. We are going to have a question answer session on both of these two things, that is SLP mass data loads and this configuration for our tax. Yeah, Diksha, can you please go ahead with your query?
Yeah, Manoj, for the mass data load, you said it is a one-time activity. So the first time the source system will always be SAP in that case.
Yeah, always.
Okay. And so is there any provision to download that sheet from SAP, or we have to manually create it before uploading it?
No. See, there is two ways. See, I think from the vendor master, you can automatically download the data. Even if you cannot download the data, no issues. There will be tables, right? Ultimately, all the supply data will be present within the tables. So you can download the tables. You need to catch hold of a basis or a wrapper over there. They can download those things, okay, without any coding also. But sometimes what I will see is like client who has done enough customization. That means what? In the vendor master also, they have added a lot of customized field, right? So in that scenario, client is saying 3 custom field, you should create in Ariba and you should put this data. Now in Ariba, what you will do, you will create 3 flex fields in SLP. Very good. But in that case, if you go to the database table and if you try to download it over there, it will be not present in that table. It will be present in another table. So the data which will be coming is wrong. So in that scenario, you have to ask a developer to write a code. Whenever that particular program you will execute, it will generate a Excel file. And within the Excel file, all the data will be there. But remember, if there is too much customization, then only you're going to do this thing. Else, you can directly download it from the database table and you can just paste it over here.
Okay. Okay, so now the suppliers are migrated to SAP Ariba. Okay.
Exactly.
So now I want to say block a supplier. So you said that there is no provision of doing that. So is it done through exporting and then changing the column, the value of the column?
Yeah,
okay, and then we upload.
First CSV file, that is suppliers.csv file. That particular file, if you want to block one supplier or basically logically delete the supplier, then you can download this data. In whichever supplier you want to block them, you just have to make active is equal to false and then re-upload the CSV file.
Only that one, only that first CSV file.
Yeah, as of now, that this is the only manual way we can do it, but later on Ariba can do it. Why? Because see, SLP was just created in 2017. It became a stabilized solution almost at the end of 2018. So it's not of very matured product. It is still maturing, just like guided buying. It is still maturing over here. So once it reach a maturity level, let's say after 1 year or 1.5 year, then it will become a matured product, and this blocking and all those stuff, it will be given in the screen. But as of now, if you want to do it, you have to do it through that supplier.csv file only.
Okay. Now coming to the tax part, can you show the 1 or 2 configurations for India GST the way you were explaining for is accurate no or yes? Can you?
Okay. So basically, what you need to do is like in this case, what will happen is like let's okay. Like this, and then there is another thing called as Okay, so here I will give rank 1, here I will give rank 2 over here. Now let's say this is basically the GST tax, GST tax 1. Here I will put this GST tax 2. Now, sorry, I actually made a mistake over here. This is not SGST, this is IGST, and this is SGST. This is 2, and this is rank 3 over here. And is accrual? Yes. Is accrual? Yes. That means whenever you're creating a PR, when the let's say you are the buyer and your shipping address is New Delhi, right? And the supplier shipping address is, let's say, Mumbai over here. Okay, let me just remove the Hyderabad. We will keep this thing only as Mumbai to make it easy over here. Okay, now what will happen is like how the GST tax will be added. Now IGST and SGST, this particular thing will be coming as a part of tax code from your ECC, right? What is the percentage over there? Once the percentage comes over there, what will happen is like here you will put the tax code, you will give rank 2 and 3, not 1. Why? Because otherwise what will happen is like only one tax code will come, but actually this is accrual tax, right? SGST and IGST both has to be added over there. So in this case you have to put this thing as yes, and tax code also you have to select IGST1, SGST1. You have to give the ship to state as New Delhi and ship from state as Mumbai over here. Now another configuration I'm going to show you. Now here what will happen is like, just a moment.
Shouldn't the first one be CGS?
Yeah, just a moment. Yeah, don't actually over here, Diksha, don't fall for the tax code name over here. So there are basically two components over there, right? So it can be IGST or SGST or CGST, whatever you want to take. I'm just demoing you that
Okay.
how you have to put this thing over here. Now here, this particular thing will be no over here. And I will put this thing as same thing as New Delhi. And here I will put this rank as 1. Why? Because as I said before, that if you are working in the same state, your point of origin and point of destination is in the same state, what will happen? There will be only one tax code component over there, right? Two tax code component will not get added over there. So by default, it will be is accrual should be no over there. So that is how you're going to configure this particular GST tax code over there for Indian region. But remember, ship to country, ship from country should always be India over there.
Okay.
Okay, so remember, it depends upon the state. If the state ship to and ship from state is same, one tax code will be there and it will be non-accrual. But if the ship from and ship to state is different over there, what will happen is like you have to give the same state twice. Why? Because two tax code will be there and you have to make both of the tax as accrual tax.
Okay.
Yeah, any other queries, Diksha?
No, not as of now. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Diksha. Yeah, Amit, can you please go ahead with your query?
Yeah. Hi, Manoj. My query is related to supplier. So I just want to understand. If as you mentioned that we can we have to download supply list from ECC and we can upload in the 3 templates which you have shown. I was saying that let's assume out of 100 supplier, 90% supplier is already onboarded in Ariba. So, like how do they know
So
they doing it
on
to
this part, Amit, so first of all, see 100 out of 100 supplier, 90% supplier, how you will do it? Like see, if you're going for data cutover activity period, that in that time production will be empty. So when you will be doing this mass data load at that point of time, the supply data won't exist at all. So you are doing the initial load over there, right?
Okay.
So the question which you're asking is like, now let's say after the go live, some new supplier has been created in ECC. So in that scenario, what to do? So in that scenario, it will be happening through the normal data master data integration. That means which is called as the incremental data integration. It will work through the incremental data integration. So here it will not be doing what you can say mass data loads. It will be checking only those supplier which has been created today in ECC. It will be replicating those supplier in your Ariba over there. That is a automated activity. That is not a manual activity.
Okay, okay, understood. But my question is different. Actually, what I'm trying to say, like, let's assume the first time I'm going to implement Ariba, and that the client has ECC supply master data, and 90% suppliers already they have their they already onboarded in Ariba, right? So in
Okay,
that
okay.
case, we
So in that
upload.
case, what you need to do is like you need to download the supplier.csv file in through the export option. Okay, and on the next one, what you have to do is like check the ECC file over there. What is the supplier available over there? Compare both of the file. Now, whichever of the ECC supplier is not present in that particular supplier.csv file, you need to add it over there, and then you have to load it.
So Manoj, what I'm trying to say, like, when the first time we implement Ariba REAM, because in Ariba we have terminology called REAM, if I'm not wrong, right?
Yeah.
So first time the system is very fresh. There won't be any supplier master data, right?
Yeah.
Now the first time I'm going to upload ECC supplier. Let's assume I'm going to upload 1,000 supplier. Out of 1,900 suppliers already they are working with other clients. They already onboarded into Ariba, right?
Yeah.
So in
You are
that
asking,
case,
basically you are asking how I can upload the 100 supplier leftover,
so
right?
I want to upload both because I want to upload both 1,000, like 100 new supplier and 900 old supplier, because 900 old supplier will be applicable for only for like for like what contract for record I have created for my organization that will subject my client, right?
See, now the thing is like you have to be very precise over here. Why? Because I'm not understanding whether those 900 supplier data exist in your system or not in
It
Ariba
doesn't.
system.
No. It's a fresh system. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Even though supplier already exists in Ariba network, but
Yeah.
in my Ariba buyer system, in my client system, it doesn't exist.
Oh, so then same way. In the same way, what I have done for all the 1,000 supplier, you're going to do the same thing. For this 900 supplier, what this 900 supplier will do, whenever the registration mail will go to them, instead of using a sign up, they will click on login option. That's it.
Oh, okay. I see. So they will not re-register. They'll just log in, right?
Yeah. From our side, same thing. Do the same process which I have told all of you for 1,000 supplier. From the supplier side, this 900 supplier has to use login option over there rather than using sign up option.
Okay. Now I got you. Yeah. That is what I'm looking for. Thanks. My next question. Do we have any in ECC system? Do we have any mapping table between ECC vendor number and Ariba network ID?
Now that is a very different question. Why? Because first of all, you should understand that those particular field might exist, but remember that will exist when you are doing the what you can say integration. When you have implemented that RDS solution, there will be some tables over there /ARBA/tables over there. There only the ANID will be kept along with the supplier ID over there. But what is the exact table name? I don't know. You have to take help of a technical person, that means a APR over there, to understand what is that exact table name. But the table name will always begin with /ARBA. Why? Because that is not present in the standard Ariba system, standard ECC system.
Okay, so that means that once we upgrade our system for Ariba and integrate system with Ariba, then there should be a table starting with /ARBA.
So when you will be implementing that RDS solution, that means your basis guys will be installing the RDS solution. At that point of time, lot of new tables will get created with /ARBA, then some name will be there. So within those table only this particular data is saved. Why? Because Ariba network ID data is generally not stored within the ECC directly in the standard tables. So that is why I said, what is the exact table name, I don't know, but it will always begin with /ARBA. Then some name will be there. You need to find a paper. They would be able to exactly tell you that particular table name.
Okay, okay. But there's a table we can find with starting with /ARBA, right?
Exactly.
Okay, okay. And last question is, in
Yeah.
template, I saw one column like SMID, right? Have
Yeah.
ERP ID and we have SMID. ERP ID, as you mentioned, that SAP vendor number.
Exactly.
So this, what is the significance of SMID since we already have this?
Okay. As I said, whenever you are creating a supplier in SLP, SM vendor ID is a mandatory data field. Why? Because SM vendor ID is also one of the unique marker of a supplier. That means not only SM vendor ID, AN vendor ID, AN ID and ERP vendor ID. These three together combines and forms a unique key. So one of these unique key is SM vendor ID. So that is why it is mandatory. Whenever you are importing the data, you have to give the SM vendor ID too, even though it is coming from ECC.
So, Manoj, sorry, just clarify.
Yeah.
ECC, and we are getting ECC vendor ID number, right?
Yeah.
And that has to be unique. So when we
Exactly.
already have meta number,
on this part, as I said, like Amit, we cannot comment on this part. Why? Because SAP has made this particular architecture. These three fields will be combining as a unique key. So we cannot change this particular architecture. So what we have to do is like we have to give a unique SM vendor ID for all these suppliers which we are replicating from ECC to SAP Ariba over there. So we have to give them mandatorily if we want to upload this data through the SLP mass data loads.
Okay, so that's how Ariba works. Understood.
Yeah, that's how. So you have to give it. You cannot say this is optional. I will not give.
No. I just want to. I thought maybe there might be some other significance, so I just want to understand. But now I understood the architecture, so we can't help it. Thanks again, Manoj. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Amit. Yeah. Just give me a moment over here, guys. Yeah. Ramarao, can you please go ahead with your query?
Hi Manoj, how are you?
Yeah. Hello, Ramarao. Yeah, I'm fine. What about you?
Yeah, I'm good, Manoj. So Manoj, I have just the questions related to this ERP vendor ID and SM vendor ID. So this ERP vendor ID is the vendor number which will pull from the ECC, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Now this SM vendor ID, because generally if we normally do a request, we'll create a request, supplier request entry, then the supplier 360 degrees profile will be created and an SM vendor ID will be created, right?
Exactly. In the background. So when you're talking about supplier getting created from SLP, that in that case, SM vendor ID will be automatically assigned by the system. But here, since we are doing through mass data load, we have to give a unique SM vendor ID over here.
Okay. So that means this anyhow will not get from ECC. So we have to put some number range. We have to prefix that yes, and we have to give the numbers. Is that right?
Yeah. So always remember the number range beginning. It will be beginning with S1 6 times 0. This is always the beginning number range for SM vendor ID. So whenever you are doing this mass data load, previous to that, no supplier has been created. So you can begin with that particular number range, and you have to increase by 1 for each supplier over there. Why? Because
So
SM vendor ID has to be unique for each supplier.
Okay. So after that, when the junior buyers normally raise that, normally create the supplier request, that will take the number whatever the one which we have done the mass.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So we don't have to think about that thing. System will automatically check what is the last SM vendor ID which has been used. That will be added automatically.
Okay. So and one more, I have one more question regarding the qualification. So during the mass loads, anyhow, all the suppliers will be qualified by default. Means when we upload, is there any means is a similar, not I'm telling the manual process. When during the manual process, supplier or category manager will invite for the qualification, right? Suppose if they want to do it automatic, because in my client scenario, if they ask all the required questions in the registration itself regarding the category and region, and they want, once they approve the registration, they want the qualification as a automatically approved. Is there any process available?
Actually, I got your query over here, Ramarao. So what you need to do is like, you will stop the qualification process to be done manually from the supplier 360 profile in SLP. What you will do is like, you need to come to the supplier qualification.csv file from the data import export. That means this particular file.
Okay.
And here what you will do, source system, you will put as SM over there. Don't put SAP. Okay. Why? Because you have created the supplier in SLP only. So its source system should always be SM. Okay. Vendor ID will always be VDR. It will not be like this. Why? Because it is not from SAP. Okay. It will be VDR. You can get all this data from where? From this particular supplier export.csv. So copy those data, source system as SM, vendor ID as VDR something, category and region you will be putting over here, name of the supplier over here, and then in the status you will put as qualified, and then what you will do, you will upload this particular file over there, and then you will submit it. What will happen, all the suppliers who has completed their registration will automatically be qualified, even in the case of the supplier which you have created in SLP also.
Okay, got it. But okay, that's fine. But my question is, this we cannot do it in a day-to-day scenario, right?
See, day-to-day scenario also you can do. Ultimately, I will tell you one thing. Any data loads related thing, okay, in support project, it will not be done by the client.
Okay,
it will be done by our support consultant only.
It will be done by the consultant only. But from in SLP, we don't have that provision that once the supplier is registered, he or she, that supplier will be auto qualified, right? We don't have that option.
Auto qualification. Generally, this auto qualification cannot be done. This automatic qualification cannot be done. Why? Because since we have to give the category and region over there, if we automate this thing, then what will happen is like we have to give the same category and region over there. This will defeat the whole purpose for automating the qualification process.
Okay. And this vendor ID is present, right, Manoj? This VDR is this VDR number is generated by, we'll get it from SAP ECC or?
No. VDR means this supplier has been created in SAP Ariba. So always remember, when the source system is SM, vendor ID, this VDR ID which is getting generated, it is getting generated within SAP Ariba itself.
Okay, got it. Okay, I think that's all, Manoj. Thanks for the information.
Yeah, welcome, Ramarao. Just a moment. Yeah, Prem, can you please go ahead with your query?
Hello. Yeah. Two things. One is, if I do not have an SLP package, how do I do mass upload? Is there an option?
then you have to do it through the help of master data integration. So when we will see the master data integration next week, so there I will show you that there will be one report /ARBA/master data export over there. In that particular thing, you have to choose the supplier, and then you have to schedule that job. So through that particular job only, all the supplier will be coming from ECC into your SAP Ariba automatically. But the main issue is like, you will not know whenever you're taking the supplier, whether in sourcing project, whether in PR, whether this supplier has created their ANID or not. If your sourcing project and PO is showing okay, that means no error is there. That means supplier has created their ANID. If there is any error, that means supplier has not created their ANID. That is the main disadvantage of using the master data integration for supplier.
Okay. So you mean that a person who's already on the Ariba network will get onboarded, but who is not, then we need to take a separate approach.
No, what I'm saying is like, you will be sending the mail. So when you will be doing the master data integration, when the supplier profile will get created over here through the master data export, what will happen is like in your Ariba Yam or Ariba buyer over there, what will happen? Their profile will get created. That means supplier profile will get created. Supplier
Okay.
will also receive one mail. So
Mhm.
until and unless supplier click on that mail, even if they are having ID, they need to log in. So if they're
Okay.
not logging or if they're not clicking on the sign up button and doing anything, what will happen is like their ANID will not be coming back into Ariba over there. And through this normal process, that is the master data integration, Ariba will not know whether the process has been completed by the supplier or not.
Okay. Okay. So let's assume I have in my records I have one sales account executive number, name, and mail ID,
Yeah,
and might
yeah,
be he's not the onboarding person in their supplier organization. If I were
yeah.
to add him as the primary contact, if it goes to him, does he have a functionality to forward that to somebody else who
No,
is
no,
actually the mail ID owner, and then
no,
he then start the process?
no. He cannot do it. So in that
Okay.
scenario, if you have done this thing,
Uh,
you have to create another contact person with the proper
okay.
email ID. Then only it will get done. He cannot forward it.
Okay. So I need to know who is the actual mail ID owner for their organization, who is managing
Exactly.
supplier
Exactly.
onboarding.
So
Okay.
whenever you're
Uh,
doing a supplier onboarding over there, you need to
uh,
know who is the correct contact person, what is their email
okay.
ID, what is their name over there.
Okay. Not the sales account person whom I'm managing, integrating with.
Exactly. So
Okay.
ultimately,
And that problem
if
would
you
be there
contact
for
it,
the SLP also, right?
yeah. See, this is not a problem with the software. See, this is a problem from the business side. Now, if the
Yeah.
business side is not able to determine who is the correct contact person or the proper contact person, so no software can support that particular activity.
Yeah. Okay. But okay, my thought was might be he can forward it to somebody else who
No.
does
In that case,
okay.
so what will happen is like, so in that case, you're thinking about a positive point of view, Prem. So
Huh.
I will say from the negative point of view. Now, let's say you are the proper contact person. I am not the proper contact person. I have got this mail. Okay. So if this is allowed, rather than sending this mail to you, I send to somebody else. What will happen?
Yeah. It goes totally. I mean, he could register on his behalf.
Exactly. So that is one of the issues. So that is why it is not allowed over here.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other queries, Prem?
Yeah. The second thing is that currently we are having a situation where we we have one vendor who's got multiple addresses or multiple entries, right? Might be he's got a Bangalore office, he's got a Hyderabad office, because the remittance has been happening into those individual offices or individual accounts through our SAP system. So one vendor has got registered as 3 or 4 vendors in SAP ECC or HANA, right?
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
when we are migrating those to what do you call the SAP Ariba, do we have an opportunity to consolidate these people? One, is there a possibility to consolidate all? Let's assume CDW has got 4 offices or 4 remittance IDs. Can we consolidate all of them? Secondly, how do we map those remittance IDs into individual remittance IDs? Might be because we have 4 accounts or 5 accounts. How do we do that? Or is it
Yeah.
little? Am I asking the next step?
Yeah. So in this case, Prem, what will happen is like, in this case, by default, what is the contact person that will get selected? Multiple contact person generally cannot be supported over here in upstream in SLP. So in that scenario, if you're having multiple addresses, so what you need to do is like SAP Ariba will only create one supplier with one contact person. So what you need to do is like when the downstream supplier will get created over there, you have to add it manually. So that is why in downstream supplier there is a term called as partition supplier. Why partition supplier is there? So there you can create different contact person, different addresses for a single supplier also. So remember that particular thing you can do it, but you have to do it manually over here, and that too in downstream supplier, not in upstream supplier. Okay.
Okay.
And
Because
until
there are
and unless,
distance and
I,
and how,
I have
yeah.
talked, yeah, I have talked about ECC. I have talked about ECC over here. Now, if you're in S4 HANA system, now yes, if you're in S4 HANA system, you are having multiple BP over there. Okay, business partner is there, multiple business partners is there. So in that case, what will happen is like in SLP, those VP will be coming as contact person. Now what will happen is like only one will be selected as primary by default. All of them other things will be selected as secondary over there, but it will be coming over there automatically. So that is the advantage. If you want to use this kind of thing, you need to migrate to S4 HANA over there. But if you're in ECC, only one contact person will come. Rest of the contact person you have to add in your downstream supplier manually.
Okay. Yeah, we have S4 HANA, and I heard that we have the partition ability, but we've not actually utilizing it. But now we've started utilizing it for this particular migration.
Yeah.
Right.
So
And
in that
the
case, you
second thing
don't have
is,
to think about it. This will happen automatically.
okay. So is this the same way we manage? Is this the same way we manage mergers? For example, we have CA or CA that got acquired by Broadcom, okay, or Brocade. I don't know which one. So mergers will happen at the Ariba end, or is there for every time there's a merger we need to do some activities?
Okay, so whenever there is a merger, what will happen is like you need to use the concept of partition supplier. So what will happen is like you will have a main parent supplier over there, and then what you will be doing is like you'll be creating different contact persons. So what will happen is like the old contact person which is there, you will deactivate them, and new contact person which is getting created, you will activate them. That's the only thing which you have to do. Means activation and deactivation. All the data will come over there automatically from the ECC side into Ariba side. Or else if you say I will not do anything in the ECC, in the Ariba side manually you can create those new contact person, activate them and deactivate the old contact person. That is how you can take care of the merger things over here.
Okay, thank you, Manoj. I think that's good for now.
Yeah, welcome, Prem. Yeah, Tanmay, can you please go ahead with your query?
Hello.
Yeah, Tanmay.
Hi, yes, Manoj. So my question is, the whole question of when to go for SLP mass data loads, and like basically what I'm asking is in what situation is vendor master data integration is recommended, and when you would recommend going for SLP mass loads.
See, in all the scenarios, I will say go for the SLP mass data loads.
True,
Why?
because that's best practice. I understand.
Yeah, that's the best practice over there. And the second thing over here is like, apart from that particular thing also, what will happen is like, we will know exactly what is the status of registration of the supplier in Ariba network. Okay. And see, if you are going to do the master data integration for supplier, so that is basically management decision. Now, if your client management is saying, I will not use SLP, then there is no other option. But if your client is using SLP over there, whenever your client is using SLP, you will always use SLP master data load. You will never use master data management for supplier. So that is why when I will talk about the scenarios, I will say for master data, it will depend whether you are having SLP or not. If you're having SLP, supplier integration will happen through the SLP, and all the other master data integration will happen through the master data integration. But if your client is not having SLP, all the master data, including supplier data, will be happening through the master data integration part.
Okay, got it, Manoj. Thank you. So my second question is, when you were explaining the accrual, say for example, for any tax code, there are two components. Okay, so during that time, like when you were explaining first, you said that, say for example, the ship to address is Mumbai and ship from is Delhi. So in that case, there will be two components, SDSG and ISG, whatever, like any two components. So you said that you have to mention. You said something about repeated rank, like you have to give. So that config, I think.
So basically on this part, on this part, always remember, yes, you have to put and you have to give different rank. What I said over there is like you will never give the first rank. Why? Because in that case, what will happen is like only the first tax code will come over there automatically. Neither you are going to use the first rank twice. Why? Because if you do that thing, then the
got it.
non-admin user will be able to choose among one of them. So that is why I said it's mandatory to use anything other than one, and don't repeat one twice also. Use from 2 onwards.
Okay, got it. So basically, whenever there is an accrual tax, so you're not supposed to put one for that. So in that case,
Exactly.
just put the standard, even if though it is a rare scenario happening, just put a Delhi to Delhi and put it one, and then go to the next scenario wherein it is Delhi to Mumbai. Yeah, got it.
Exactly.
Got
See,
it.
if you see the next option, see here I am saying
Yeah,
it is not accrual tax, and here I've given the rank 1. Why? Because I don't want any other tax to be included over here. Why? Because it is between New Delhi only. Point of origin
correct.
and point of destination is New Delhi.
Correct. So basically the non-admin users won't be able to go for those scenarios only within New Delhi. That can also be, yeah. Got it, Manoj. Thank you so much.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome, Tanmay. Yeah. Venkatesh, can you please go ahead with your query? Venkatesh, you need to unmute yourself.
Manoj, this
Venkatesh.
vendor master upload file.
Yeah.
I can see that two vendor names for Ariba, VDR and S. But when you are showing the vendor registration process, there it was only one vendor name in Ariba, right? But in this file, how come it is showing two?
No, not this one. I think this one you're talking about Contact Export, right? Where we are seeing the two different supplier ID, same supplier ID twice.
No. That VDR is one, starting with VDR is one number, and another one is starting with S.
Okay, SM vendor ID.
SM vendor ID. And VDR, that is also Ariba vendor ID, right?
No. VDR is a ERP vendor ID which has got generated. Why? Because this particular supplier is being created in Ariba. So since it is not integrated over there, Ariba will give the ERP vendor ID from its range. So that particular range starts with VDR 1510. So that is why it is having this VDR number range over there. So when you will see the SAP over there, you will see something else. You will not see the VDR. Why? Because something number, any other number from SAP what has been created, it will be reflecting back over here. I think Venkatesh, what you are asking is like where I can find a VDR within the Supplier 360 profile, right?
And another one is SM vendor ID.
SM vendor ID. Okay. So what you need to do is like you need to go to the supply management. Just give me a moment. Okay. Now see, SM vendor is coming over here, right?
Yes, SM vendor ID.
Okay. Now next you will be asking from where the VDR is getting created and where we can see the VDR related data. Right?
Yes.
Just a moment. Give me a moment. See here in the ERP profile, if you go over here, see the vendor unique name, it is having this VDR.
This number is also generated in Ariba, right?
Exactly. So when the source system is SMP, SM over there, then only the vendor unique number will be containing VDR something, and this number is generated within SAP Ariba itself.
Okay, fine. Thanks.
Yeah. Any other queries, Venkatesh?
No, Manoj.
Yeah. Welcome, Venkatesh. Yeah. I think Amal, there is one query from you. Let me unmute you. Yeah. So Amal, any query you are having?
Yeah. Hi. Now most of the queries are almost clarified.
Yeah.
Because many people have asked similar questions. One small question is, after all those cutover activities, everything has been done.
Yeah.
Now I have a ARN ID, let's say.
Yeah.
How can I invite a supplier with respect to a Ariba network ID?
Now that's a very good question. So remember this thing, Amal, that if you're having the ANID of the supplier, generally you cannot invite that particular supplier. Why?
Okay.
Because the thing is like, mainly I'm talking from Ariba perspective. I'm not talking from ECC or S4 HANA perspective. See, even if you know the ANID is the ID which is used in Ariba network, right? So even if you add that ID over here manually, still it won't be able to do any process. Why? Because whenever you're creating a supplier manually over here, okay, you have to give the email ID and all those stuff. You don't know the email ID. So if you don't know the email ID, with ANID also you cannot create a supplier. So what you can do is like, go to Ariba Discovery. Okay, there's an option called as Ariba Discovery. Search for that particular supplier through that ANID. There will be an option for searching the supplier. Search with that ANID, then you will get a result over there. Now click on that supplier profile. There you will see its email. Okay, so write a mail to the supplier that, hey, I want to do business with you, but I am only knowing your ANID and email ID. But rest of the other information, who is your contact person, okay, what is the address and all those stuff for your warehouse, I don't know. Send me those address. Once they send you all this information, then only you can onboard this particular supplier. So always remember, not only ANID, but you need to have the email ID and all the other stuff. That is the contact person name, address, and all those stuff you need to have. Then only you can create a supplier. Otherwise, you cannot create them.
So it's always we create the supplier and send the invitation. Always, supplier cannot.
Exactly. Okay. Now there is another query. So here, I think I have mentioned one point when we were doing the SLP, that see, supplier request process most of the time is done by buyer on behalf of the supplier. But if your client is saying, hey, I want my suppliers who want to do business with me to fill up the supplier request form by them only. If your client requirement is like buyer will not form the supplier, fill up the supplier request form. Supplier will fill up the supplier request form. So yes, that can also be done. So what you need to do is like, you need to log an SR. Okay. Once you log an SR, over there you have to tell SAP Ariba support team, please give me that exact URL which I will use to give the supplier the supply request form so that they can fill it up. And then what will happen? It will go to the supply request manager for their approval. So in that case, what will happen?
Like self-service.
Yeah, like self-service registration, right? ROS, registration of supplier in SAP SRM, what we have seen. Same thing it can be done. But remember, that particular URL will be given by SAP Ariba team. Now, once you get that URL, what you need to do is like, in your client's corporate portal, you need to go to the for vendor section, and over there you have to redirect that URL. So that what will happen is like, once the URL is visible, supplier will click on that URL, a new pop-up window will open where they will fill up the supply request form.
Okay,
And
I
they will
should use
submit
some
it.
reverse proxy to redirect to this URL.
Yeah. So basically, we don't need to, we don't need to do anything over there, right? Who will do this particular thing? The corporate profile, web development team, or corporate URL web development team. They will do it. You just need to give their particular URL.
Okay. Okay, so one more thing is this Ariba Discovery. So this again, is this product which is like a different license, or is it like included with the?
This is not a different license over here. Once you are buying Ariba upstream or Ariba downstream, or both, if you're buying, it does not matter. If you're buying upstream, if you're buying downstream, or both upstream and downstream, if you buy, you will get this subscription free of cost.
Okay, so using Discovery, I can browse the potential vendors and I can prompt for a invitation. Correct?
Exactly. Yes. Because we will always use Ariba Discovery. Why? Because within Ariba Discovery, there is more than 3 million suppliers available. So rather than going into the newspaper or some other online agency, I will search in Ariba network only.
Exactly. So if I want to improve my current vendor database, then
Yeah,
I think Ariba Discovery will be the right choice to
exactly. But
dig
remember,
in.
don't stop your sourcing process or PR process in between and then go to the source Ariba Discovery. That is what I suggest all of
Of
my
course not.
participants. Yeah, why? Because they will say, Manoj, I can onboard new supplier from Ariba Discovery. Then I will say, boss, you are stopping the process in between. Okay, you are stopping the process for 15 days and you're onboarding new 5 supplier. This is a wastage of time. So what you need to do is like take some new buyer over there, or basically ask some buyer from the client side who will be just looking out for new supply in Ariba Discovery. That is their job only. They will not be
Yeah, the
working in
supplier management
sourcing or
team, they can always improve.
exactly. So this should be done not at a transaction level, but at a master data level. Once you identify this at a master data level, I can improve the vendor list by just looking for suppliers where within the Ariba Discovery, then it is going to give result. But in between, if you're stopping the sourcing process, you're publishing the sourcing project to what you can say in the Ariba Discovery, then you're waiting to onboard all of the new 5 suppliers. You're basically killing your time.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So
Okay,
that is how you should
thank you.
proceed. Any other queries, Amal, you're having?
I had one more query, one last one, which was
Yeah.
all these classifications which we collect. I mean, when you classify a vendor in Ariba, let's say,
Yeah.
those classifications, can I move back to ECC or S4? Because since Ariba, I cannot use those information in my BI.
Yeah.
So
So
this
basically, yes,
classification data.
basically, not only classification, what does happen is like whenever your go live happens, always remember in SLP, all your supplier will
Yeah,
get created in SLP. Then what will happen once the supplier is qualified, this supplier will be replicated as a vendor in
ECC
your
vendor.
ECC or your S4 HANA system. So when you are doing the integration, obviously, if you want to enrich this data, yes, you can enrich the data over there in supplier also, in ECC part also.
Okay. So I can create some vendor class or something, and I can bring all those
Exactly.
information here.
Exactly.
Okay.
Even you can create vendor groups and do some specific what you can say policies, or you can bring it over there and you can apply it on those replicated suppliers also in ECC.
Okay.
Okay, so
Cool.
that is how you can do this thing over here, Amul.
And one more thing, one last thing. Sorry.
Yeah.
The sign on. I cannot
Yeah.
apply SSO on Ariba, right?
Yeah, you can apply. Who told you cannot apply?
Just asking because
No, 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 no. Single sign-on, yeah, single sign-on can be applied over there. The thing is like you need to write a service request over there to SAP Ariba support team, and you need to tell them
okay.
that please enable the single sign-on. Once single sign-on is enabled, whenever you are creating the buyer profile, at that time,
Yeah.
that means in the next session I will show you that you cannot use a password adapter. You have to use a SSO adapter over there. That is the only thing which we have to do over there. Rest of the other things it will be done by Ariba support team.
Okay. So I can add this Ariba into my personas as well.
Exactly. And the second thing is like in that scenario, the buyer ID which you are creating, it should always be the employee ID of the employee. It should
Yeah.
not be
Correct.
something else.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand that.
Yeah. So only thing is like employee ID should become the buyer ID. And the second thing is like while creating the buyer, you should use the SSO adapter, not the password adapter. That's it.
Okay. Okay. Fine. That's good.
Yeah. So no worries on this part. We are going to see this particular thing. Why? Because I know this is also a little bit confusing topic. But once you're having a little bit clarity on this part, this will be more than enough for all of you guys to resolve this particular SSO thing. Why? Because many people think SSO is a technical thing and we have to do the technical things. No, it is not like that. Ariba support team will take care of the technical things.
Great.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome. Amol. Okay. I think there is one question from Venkatesh. What is the use of having two ID for vendor? Basically, the SM ID and vendor ID. As I have said before over here, Venkatesh, that whenever we are looking at a unique ID combination in supplier, in SM, or not SM actually, in SLP, ERP vendor ID is the first ID, second ID is SM vendor ID, and the third one is AN ID. These three ID, when you combine over there, will form a unique supplier. So that is why all of these three data are mandatory. Even though you can see the supplier is created in SLP, still it is having a VDN number range. Why? Because Ariba cannot keep it empty. If they keep it empty, there will be an error while creating the supplier. So that is why ERP vendor ID, SM vendor ID, and AN ID, these three things cannot be empty. You have to give at least some value. So that is why Ariba will say that to properly identify a supplier, these three fields has to be not null. Yeah. Thanks, Venkatesh. Yeah. So I think there's one more query. Yeah, Diksha, you're having any query?
Yeah, Manoj, I was trying to go through the tax codes one again. I'm having some doubts. I've not fully understood it actually.
Okay, so do one thing, Diksha. I think you are having my email ID, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there you write me in details what is your query over there, and you can, if you're not able to find what, because sometimes what will happen is like the doubts which we are having, we will not be finding technical words or functional words over there. So give me an example over there and tell me this is where I am having a doubt. So you can use this particular example which I have also used, or you can use your own example over there. Send me a mail on this part over there, but give more detail. Don't give a very small heading type of thing. Give me or write me in detail over there. What is the issue which you are having? Then I'll be able to answer it, and your doubts will be cleared over there.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Diksha. Yeah. So guys, let us conclude our session for today. I think today also we overextended, but no issues, because the session was pretty important. They were pretty a little bit more complex compared to the other sessions over there. So next Saturday we'll meet once again, guys, and remember that session will also be very heavy. Data loads and integration scenario. Both of these two things are quite complex, so be ready for that. Okay, so once again, Iraj, thanks for conducting this session, and once again, thanks all of you guys for attending the session. We'll meet once again next Saturday at the same time. Yeah, thank you,
Thank
everybody.
you.